this. Alright. And okay. Just doing a little camera mic check for all my feeds. That should be good. There we go. So we got, yeah, our glottkin there. We got an ent here. And we got some other Nolzurs here. Maybe a beholder or a hell wasp, maybe a griffin. Something like that. These guys, they're all coming from up there. So I'll take just a quick second before we start. I had to get everything ready, the airbrush, the canvas, we'll give ourselves options tonight. It just took me a while to set up. So I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah. Yeah. Nope, right there. Yeah, I got the cams everywhere and it's a mess. I'm sure there's a phobia for like tangled wires. Whoever has that should not be sitting here. So Tyler, good to see you, buddy. Glad you could join me. What does everyone want to see tonight? I was just saying I have some Nolzurs models, I have a canvas, and I have the good old glottkin to jump on. So we can, like I said, we have options. I just kind of want to see. Kind of behind the ball today. And take a look. I put a community poll up. But those things don't get... ooh, a Nolzur mini. Okay. Let's do a Nolzur mini. Let me just... what do you guys think? Ent? Beholder? Maybe a spider or a griffin? Something big. Something big. Let's do something big. What do you guys think? I'm going to actually keep the device here so I can keep a better eye on y'all. That's the hardest part of this, is splitting the attention between painting and... Ooh, yeah, between painting and interacting. Alright. So yeah, I got... Here, I'll narrow it down. We got a hell wasp. No, Griffin wasn't in the boat. But, random Nolzur mini, it kind of was. You couldn't really make it out. Hold on. So there's, yeah, a hell wasp, a beholder. There's an ent there. You guys are going to come for a ride with me. And then we got an ape, a griffin, a spider. Over there we got, it looks like a giant squid. It's a juvenile kraken, but I'm probably going to make some kind of devil squid out of it. These two I'm actually pretty excited for, and I already opened the end. I'm not, attached to it. I just opened it. The Enter the Beholder would be sick. You know what? Those are... Goodbye, Mr. Wasp. Enter Beholder. Now, he's got some nice texture to it. So does the Ent. You know what? For the sake of happy little trees and live Bob Ross painting, let's do the Ent. That cool? You guys cool with that? Yeah? Alright. I'm actually going to show you a cool trick. And I'm kind of, like I said, stupid on my setup, so bear with me. But, this guy doesn't have a magnet, and we're not going to put a magnet into him. But he is going to fall off that base. Right here. So if I want to get him nice and in view for you guys. Let's put the stilts on the camera. There we go. So if I start painting, he's gonna be kind of a bee. So give you guys the trade secret here. I use a marble usually, but you can also use like a screw or a thumbtack as like a pin. I like marbles because they let me do a little 360. So I take my clay, and I just sort of mush a little ball in there. I'm doing this while my hot glue gun heats up. I'm just going to bury that mostly in there. Now if you have like a paint thinner, this is oil-based clay. So if you have an alcohol or like a mineral, like if I put thinner in this, it would actually lube up this little glass marble really nicely, and it'll like and slide around in that. So once you bury it, just except for the little pit that I'm going to glue on, you kind of have a nice little pivot base. It's not perfect, but I find sometimes if I just bury the whole base in the clay, the oil base of the clay will kind of rub off and I guess contaminate the surface of the model. So you have this kind of smudgy oil smear. Like, see, it's even just smearing off on my fingers there. But that little smear comes off on your model and you have to wash it, otherwise paint won't stick to it. So let's see how this is doing now. I'm going to scratch up the bottom of this just so the glue gets a nice little adhesion. Just a couple little hashtags. Hashtag your model. And hopefully this glue gun is nice and hot. There we go. We're just going to put a little blob. Nice fat blob. I like hot glue because it comes off nice and easy. Now we're just going to go and cover that marble. Come on, buddy. Yeah, just with the amount of hot glue, it does take a while to cool and dry. We're actually going to pull this bad boy out. Yeah, if I end up gluing myself to the desk, you guys call for help, okay? My life is in your hands now. I should not be trusted with glue. I put that shit on everything. But yeah, this is kind of like when you see me pivoting models in my videos on that little lid without turning the lid, this is how I'm doing it. Now, downside is a nice glass marble. Hot glue doesn't like it too much. If you have a marble with a chip in it, that's actually handy. And we're just going to let that cool a bit. I'm going to kind of massage this clay down at the bottom. I'm going to split my head around. This would actually be a good thing to be the thing, is to have split head so I can read and watch. Look at this. Just feel smarter this way. Oh, maybe not. Out. Yeah, that's going to stay over there. We'll crack open another window here. How about? Speaking of cracking windows, how hot is it everywhere else right now? It is hot as hell here. Okay, we're just going to pop that down. Pop this over. There, now hopefully I can keep up with you guys. There we go. It's the name of Canadian 911. That's funny. I might use that. Well, it'll be American 911, but yo, that's a risky number to call nowadays too. You hear on the news, so much trouble from people are supposed to protect you. It's kind of a shame. All right, so now our marble's in there. So if I want to pivot him, I kind of have some clay. But now if I bury that and build this clay up, he's going to hang in there pretty solid. But once again, I don't really want this clay pouring over. But building up a little bit should be good. Okay. So, here. I'll actually do the plant too. Let me make sure I line this up right. Not this. Yeah, step 2. You know what? We got our hot glue gun. Let's do this. Oh, oh, oh. There. There, put that shit on everything. So that should hold that in place. So now I can't pick it up and float away with it. There. You guys are getting some behind the scenes footage here. So this is how I set up my time lapses now, right? I'd probably have the camera slightly higher. There, get a good watchful eye on it. Alright, and now that that's glued down, I gotta take it to the airbrush booth. So, I'm just gonna say hang out over here real quick. And I'm gonna be just up here. And we are going to rig this up over here. Hopefully this works. Get me turning off the camera. Oh, I wonder if I just fudged it there. It's going to be a little noisy, I apologize, that's the fan. Rumbling side. Okay, there we go. Alright, so if you can still, am I still in view here? Let me make sure let's turn you that way. So, I have some black, some white, and some gray. And we'll start with the black and work our way up. Now, these paints have been sitting in here a while, so I'm probably just going to add a little bit of fresh paint. Stir it up. Stir it up, oh darling. Huh. Yeah, I get some slap floof tonight. Some smoosh floof. Gotta come up with a full trademark name for it. And then we can all go viral together. That's how viruses work, right? They spread, we all get them together. Oh man. I feel like the last few years has taught us that. Oh jeez. Okay, so we got our black paint. Whoop, yep, right there. Oh, I can do this. Woo. Just a couple drops of water. And we're going to go over this way. Ooh, got more glue on my hand. Find this guy. We're just going to mix the hell out of that for a second. So I have those steel balls in here, the ball bearings. Sometimes they plug up the siphon hole, but I keep two in there, so when they plug up, they kind of like clink, and then there's a little bit of a clack, so it doesn't fully seal the hose. Probably be better if I didn't have them for flow, but it's just way easier to keep your paint mixed, especially if you use a lot of water or medium and thin it down and mix different things in here. Sorry, fly. There's been flies around. I think it's the heat. But I was like, maybe this is a sign to paint my canvas. But it's more of a sign that, you know, the pestilence and heat is among us. All right. So let's grab that end. Let's bring it back over here. So you're not staring at the wall. What are you doing staring at the wall, guys? I'm just playing. I know that's my fault. Okay, so we'll just get a little slap happy, or spray happy. Start with a little layer of black. Can you see that okay? Let me adjust this. That's a little... You have the technology. Let's use it properly. Better. Oh, it's silly me. I am not wearing my mask. You know what? For the sake of being healthy, I can find the damn thing. Let's find the mask. There we go. Nice clean mask. But yeah, I gotta keep you guys safe too, right? These things? What? Now, I actually will use the goggles if I'm... Whoa! Camera fall. Nice catch. There we go. I was saying, I actually will use those goggles if I'm spraying like clear coat or something. And I'm really, or if I'm really gushing something out there that's faster than my filter can pick up. I've actually like clear coated my eyelashes before, and like they're all like gluey sticky just from sticking my head in there in a cloud of it. So yeah, you know, mask definitely, goggles maybe. Depends on what you're spraying, I guess, and how close your face is, your level of ventilation. So, and this is of course all non-toxic paint, so I'm not too worried anyway, but better safe. I keep dinging this camera. It's gonna fall again, I swear. Yell at me later, guys. Here we go. Okay. Now my compressor is probably going to make as much noise as my fan, so bear with me. I'm going to try to just blast this on as fast as I can so we're not dicking around with it too much. Let this thing run hot, baby. That's pretty wet still. Like, I'm looking at that paint and it's watery now. So maybe I put in too much water. Too much water. No problem though. Not too worried. Like, these things are already primed, so I'm just priming on primer anyway. Not worried. Let's just get a little bit of air going. I'm just going to push some of this wetness away from the outermost areas. Kind of like speed drying it by just pushing all the wettest areas out of their pockets. And if I splatter black paint on black paint, I'm not too worried. Right now, I'm literally just air blasting it. There we go. There's a nice pocket. And Mr. Pocket. I'm getting a little puffy there. Okay, we got a nice kind of under thing. I'll keep that in mind later. We come back to painting it. I'll leave those tips kind of white, because they're going to go gray anyway, and they're going to be white by the time we're done. So let's save some paint and just call them done. Not bad, not bad. Alright, give me 2 seconds to flush my airbrush. Easy refill. Oh, apparently the whole room does. There we go. Try not to pour too much water on your compressor. Compressors don't tend to like water too much. And I'm just going to spray it till it's clean. That's about it. Sorry about that. A little cloud. Alright, Just gonna take a second dry. I'm just gonna hobble over here. I'm gonna do a little sumo squat. And let's take to task on this. So we gave it a bit of a black prime. We'll get a better view in a moment. I'm going to give it just a little bit of gray. And then we'll give it the slap floof of white. Just going to give it a little second to dry. And while it does, that's nice and dry. So now we can do this, right? Whee! And let's see what everyone's up to. Let's check on my peoples. Yeah. Yeah. The mold lines, and some of them are savage. Like, I almost... If it's something I'm going to feel really, particular about, like the Ankeg was it actually was pretty good as far as mold lines. But, like, this octopus here, if you look at his head there, if I can get him right, there we go. He's got a mean mold line right there. A lot of them do. And, yeah, it'd probably be good to at least put some putty in there maybe, but sometimes I'm just throwing them up together and painting little guys like this for fun. But yeah, some of them are, like, bad. Or, like, when you get a bendy sword, that's almost more my peeve, is when you have a nice-looking sword or weapon, like a pike, a halberd, or the edge of a long sword, and it's just like, it was all flaccid sword. No. I've heard you can kind of like use the boil, don't bite it, but like the boil and bite technique you use with a mouth guard, where you put it in hot water and then shape it and then submerge it in cold water. I imagine they'd be pretty resilient to like putting in a cup of hot water for a few seconds just to like get that thin little sword fixed and then right into the ice water. Might be worth a shot. I'd be worried about the power of a heat gun. I've heard some people like, oh, you use the heat gun and then put it in the water. I feel like I would like melt my way through a model with a heat gun just because I'm close. Or I burn my hand holding it because I'm, kind of aloof. Bowl of hot water is safer. It's what I know. Can't fuck up soup. Alright, so this thing's probably looking pretty nice. Still got a few wet pockets. I'll give it like another minute. Maybe while that's drying, I'm going to zip back over here and we'll mix up our gray. So I don't have a gray on the go right now. Ooh. Whatever was in this one was sticky as hell. I'm not using that one. That's going to need some cleaning. There we go. So, while I'm at it, I'll fill up my water bottle. And our cleaner, our medium, our varnish. There's my gray. I find these bottles are just a bit too big for those vortex mixers. They kind of like and like chug around the table a bit heavy. So just a little bit of good old fashioned wrist and elbow grease. Should be good. I find gray and white paints are like the most notorious for having chunks settle on the bottom. And this stuff, I love Army Painter. This gray stuff is so hard to not get speckly. It hits speckly. You'll see it on the tree. you could probably fight that with like sitting this bottle in a jar of warm water and just kind of like give it that little warm water bath for a bit. I think that would probably get it a little smoother. I know it does it for white. I haven't had as much success with gray, but maybe there's other variables involved that I'm not thinking of. So I'm not going to blame it totally on the paint. Yeah, this is some... Does land a little speckly. Use a drop of water. We're going to consciously, painfully use just a drop this time and not a splurge. There we go. Maybe one more drop. There we go. And then this little bad boy we sit on the shaker. Let me know in the comments section if the fan and the all the machine and stuff going around right now is noisy as hell. If I have to yell at my mic, I will. Just let me know. All right. So we got our gray. So let's go back to the booth. Oh yeah, he's glued down, isn't he? Who the hell did that? Glued this damn thing to the table. Now, wouldn't that just be great? Just watch the whole table lift and flip in one pickup. Just like, oops. I think I'd probably cut the stream there. I think the stream would probably be on the floor and cut itself. Alright, let's get that groove going. Alright. Smooth enough. Let's take our gamble. Yeah, my mask's on the floor over there. I'm too lazy to get it. Okay, so we're going to go on a downward angle and just kind of... Looking better. Looking better. Oh, we got a plug. Or my siphon's bad. Yeah, sometimes your straws get a little twisted. You have to... There we are. There we are. Alrighty, so I'm just going to flush the gray now. Same deal as the black. Flash it through till it's done. Start splashing clean. I also have this wash thing here. So I'll often do that and just clean it out that way, but paper on the back is, there's a paper sheet there that I just blast out onto and works just as well. So I'll give this just a sec. We'll go back to the other side and I'll get just a puff of white to hit on top. Where are we at already? 33 minutes. Okay. So, hi there. Boop. So you can see it's already puffing up a bit, but we're still in that gray zone. But now he doesn't look so flat. Yeah, you can see where that gray paint kind of got a little runny. So maybe a little too much water. Try to beat the heat with that water and kind of bleeds a little. No harm, no foul though. Okay, let me take a look. Ba-ba-ba. The bendy toothpick. Yeah, I've always been a fan of MTG. Kind of a Magic nerd myself too. Um, it started when I think it was Life Tap is the first card I saw and went what? And it's like a hand holding like a heart or something. I think you gain or do I don't know something to do with tapping a forest. Anytime someone taps a forest, you gain health or they lose one. I would have to. It's been a while, but Life Tap was the art that I was like, wow, that's cool. And then my first deck was a red blue bounce and burn. It's grown from there, but it's been a while. I can't keep up with the arms races that happen in these games where it's like if you can't keep up with the latest metas, your deck will get figured out or your army will get figured out or you'll get solved if you're using the same pieces and you don't keep up with the new pieces. And after a while it gets exhausting. Not griping because it's engineered to like the game doesn't go stale that way, but yeah, it does get exhausting. So this guy's looking pretty good. Well, let me just switch to my camera. Yeah, it's got a little puff of white just on the top. We're gonna like whoop, 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 kind of complement those tips of the trees that I was too lazy to hit with the black. And then we'll just hit him back with the white and say it was all on purpose. Whoa! Back to the shaky, shaky, shaky. Alright. It's friggin' hot in here, I'll tell you. This would be inappropriate to just sit here and paint in my underwear, right? I think that's a different website. Hey, that website would actually start paying me right off the jump. Maybe? I don't know how that works. This is the only website I'm on. Don't worry. Yeah, let's shake this white paint up. We need like a shop stool or something. Whole table's shaking. Let's see. Artist. Well, that's pretty sweet. Pokemon. I never got into the Pokemon cards. It was like I went right into Magic, and then kind of. I want to say I phased out because it just became obvious to me as a kid with no income that I can't keep up at grown up levels playing Magic with you know I don't want to say my hand me down decks, but like it it was clear that you had to be on point with your new cards, and once your friends solved your card, you're gonna have to come back with a new answer or a new deck or some new strategy. So yeah, my red blue bounce and burn was like my staple for the longest time, and I mostly would pick up like artifacts and like the odd pack I'd get. I would just find blue and red cards to mash into the mix and trade off all the other colors. Kind of wish I didn't do that. Some of them probably have some value now, and I was just not thinking. Didn't think that time that a Magic card from 1990 whatever would be worth something. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I never had anything like I would have known if I had a Lotus. I never had a Lotus. But like the amount of cards you sift and trade and don't even really pay attention to, and then like 10 years later some other card gets released that makes that old card super awesome. Alright. Let's get back to this guy now. Making me nostalgic though. I kind of want to flip through my Magic cards. That'd be a pretty cool thing to try to replicate on canvas. I know I can't, but I'll try something. Find a cool character. Big blue creature. I like blue Leviathans and Krakens. I think that'll be it. Or just like do Bob Ross style and call it Land. Just copy Bob Ross. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of a puff on this guy. Just to get his face and his branches nice and white. The pufferoo. We'll slap chop their ass. I just kind of want to hit these with a little play. Okay. I think he's ready for the final slap. You could probably hit the branches with a little harder way. There we go. Don't be scared. There. That's it. I was just being too shy. He's sputtering. I think this is a sign of football in the head. I want to make sure those mushrooms are going to get nice and bright. So whatever's happening there, I want to play with that color. There we go. Gotta know when to quit. Call it there. Flush the brush. Or just drip white paint all over the place. That's a good way to empty it out. There we are. Flush all that chunky white out. You can actually see little bits of white there. Ooh, and this is a fun game too. So, and I'm like, oh, I'm not going to bother with a mask. So, in that short period of spraying, that's what my filter paper looks like now. So, just like when you're spraying and you don't think about it, there is, paint dust going friggin' everywhere. And if you're using a box like this, like, I won't dig on the person or their name or anything or whatever. But I was watching someone paint with a booth, kind of like this, a box, but with no ventilation. So all the paint went flying into the box and aerosolizes and comes back out, right like you sit in the cloud. So if I was to, here, we'll do an experiment here. I'm going to turn the fan off. And I'm going to take the camera off this right here. And I'm really just killing time for that white paint to dry. But, so if I just start doing this, I don't know if you'll see it. This is just water in here. Sorry, I turned the lights off. But yeah, can you see the mist cloud of water coming back in your face here? Probably not. It's kind of dark. But ventilation is very important, even if you're using non-toxic paints. At least keep your desk clean and safe. Like, I would probably end up with all the doodads and shit on my desk just covered in paint if I was to airbrush right on my table. My whole living room would be freaking covered in paint, to be honest. That's kind of where my office is. Just like right in the living room. All right. So let's get a good look at this guy before we start slapping him. Ooh, wow. Camera feels warm. Hasn't even been on that long. It's alright, just dicking around here with the camera. It's tall, so I want to make sure we can get all of it. There we go. Happy little trees. Okay. It's a bottle of Crystal Skull vodka. So it's actually a big glass skull that I use as the flush. The flush bucket. Okay. Get ourselves some matte white. And the floofy brushes. I don't know what time it is. It's floof time. So we're going to use the A size. I think it is technically a shading brush. I don't know. I don't know how they measure makeup brushes, but actually, I was going to say, Miss Kirsten, if you are in there, you could probably shed some insight on the makeup. Like, do they do them like 00 and, 1/18 and all that, or are they just like lip brush, eye brush? Kind of curious. I've never, like, my brushes are just like big, small, shader, shader, shader. It's more for use. Okay, so they do label them like lip brush, eye brush, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, when you watch the competitive standards, so I'm just kind of checking back in these, playing anything competitive. I've never played competitive. It's all like homebrew, home pod stuff. I played in a pre-release tournament once, and it was fun. Like, I enjoyed it, but I will say some people I felt were there very serious, and I literally was just there like for the experience. But some people they were there to win. But it was actually really a good experience. I had a couple wins and more losses than wins, but I did have some good wins. I was actually really happy with that. Let me bring you guys over here. So used to like ducking down to get my head level. Here, I'll just bring my chair down. There we go. So we got our, first paint. Let's start slapping. We're gonna start with his face. I'm gonna bring a little light down so we get. There we go. That's better. Never heard of a hobbit before. Sounds like orc mischief to me. This guy has a beard, so obviously it's Treebeard on Corey. I always thought those would be the most phenomenal creatures to come across. Imagine seeing like a huge tree just come to life and start walking. At this point, humanity would wage war on trees if that happened. Like, people wouldn't be wondrous. They'd be like, oh, dear Lord, we must defeat the trees. Remain alpha species. Do not let ancient trees. I don't know. I just know people would shit if they saw this thing in real life. I don't think I know a single person who would actually hang out and be like, wow, hi, Mr. Tree. No. Not a soul. anyone who sees a living, walking tree with a beard start talking and chasing them, you're gonna run. Speaking of scary ass trees, I kind of had a thought that might be cool for this guy. Because Treebeard is like the obvious go-to with him, right? And it'll be kind of hard to pull from memory because it's been a while since I've seen the movie. But if you're familiar with Wizard of Oz, there's a scene where Dorothy pulls an apple from a tree and the trees start going buck. I feel like that would be a terrifying moment that would be cool to capture with a model. Now it's funny because he's got a lot of texture which would lend itself well to this slap chopping, but it's very striated. So you kind of end up with a soft brush going into the grooves. Like you can see I'm actually, like some parts it's almost like I'm painting like all along the lines. And I feel like part of my brain wants to be like, go sideways over them. But then I'm going to get these weird marks that are not the way the light goes. So I think I just got to be really gentle and kind of go with the lines in the tree bark. I feel like Bob would kind of do the same thing. Trees do their own thing, so just let it do its own thing. Ooh, that hand looks nice. I assume we got a little marble there, so we move, pivot, slap him back down in. So now I am kind of going sideways against that because I want this little branch here to really pop in front of the rest. But already you can tell, like, I kind of wish I took a before and after. I did, didn't I? I think I did. But yeah, I guess in that other picture, when you see the pre-priming, it's like the primer they put on these things is, ooh, that light is killing my face. The primer they put on this stuff is actually very thick and very flat white. It's like bulletproof white paint. Yeah. So it makes it for an easy just grab and go, but you don't get a good base like this to start off. But I do like the fact that you don't have to like I would have problems right now if there wasn't that primer because my black paint was so thin that if this black paint that I applied in the very beginning, I put on like a 40K polystyrene model, at this point right now, I could probably just wipe it all off with my finger because there's so much water, it wouldn't really bind as primer to that plastic. Like you kind of need something really toothy and grippy, and too much water will dilute your primer, which won't give you that, hard coat that you, not hard coat, but like that solid base layer. So kind of a blessing this thing already had primer on it. Jesus, it looks like I'm staring at the sun. See if I can't mess with my lights a little. There we go. Is that better? No, once I move into the table, it's just the table glow. I know. Kind of. Yeah, just a bit. So at this point, I'm actually like I'm aggressively like punching my model with my brush to get those bits of white on the areas I wanted the most. But like if I was to do that, you'd see like no paint on my hand right now, right? But if I was to do that for a while, it'd start to look a little chalky, a little pale. Now let's really hammer on these brushes. I'm actually going to moisten my brush just a touch. There we go. See, now we get a little more of a... Yeah, that highlight is killer. So yeah, now it's a little thinner. But goes on a little more uniformly, so we'll see a little more blobby. But I don't mind that for the bark. The bark is going to look, you know, not totally uniform. It's going to be the same sort of palette, but it's not like trees are just like one solid color. You never see just a solid brown tree, right? If you look at trees, there's a lot of grays, olives, and greens in their bark. It's kind of like one of those like Bob Ross tricks. It's like, we're going to paint this tree purple or some shit. And it looks right. And you're like, how? Purple tree? What are you doing, Bob? But yeah, just trees have lots of color, and light does funny things. Alright, he's looking appropriately floofy. What do you guys think? Floofed up enough? I'm a tree. Alright, let's check these. See what's going on in the comments. Sponge. Is a beauty blender. What is a big round edge sponge we used wet? Okay, so like you're painting, you're doing makeup with a sponge to like blend your contouring, I'm guessing. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up now. Late to my own chat, guys. Bear with me. So that floof achieved. Alright. And I'm caught up, so let's go forward. Well, this is always one of the other tricky parts of painting. It's like, now I got this nice primer on. What can I do you for? I'm thinking maybe a little bit of a... I liked how that runic gray landed on Slan. So I might explore with that. It's kind of a bluish gray. And then we'll maybe play with some greens. Maybe I'll put some greens on first. Let's do a few thin greens and then take it from there. How does that sound? Okay, we got Absolution Green, Orc Skin. I don't think we need Plasmatic Bolt. And Malignant Green. I really like Malignant Green. That color has just been growing on me. First I was like, it's kind of a, you know, a poopy pea green. Like mashed peas. It doesn't look like a wonderful color, but it actually is a very useful color. I guess they give you Camo Cloak, which is kind of like an olive. A very gray olive. Let's see if I can't push that out. Camo Cloak. Yeah. And dark wood, which is brown. So we're not going to paint a brown tree. We're going to avoid brown trees as much as we can. Let's see here. Some zombie flesh is kind of like a nice tan olive. I'll take that out to play. Ooh. Just turned Irish. I know if, well, you could probably find my last name on Instagram, so, but like, if you know my last name, like, I didn't just turn Irish. I'm Canadian, but like, you know, French-Irish. Fiddly-dee potatoes. I tease, it's all love. Let's see how crusted over and dried up my sponges. It's been a while since I pulled this one out, actually. It's actually not bad. I was expecting it to be drier, to be honest, with this heat. Like, I was half expecting it to just pick up and, like, crack in half. Alright. Agua. Yep. Yikes. Stay hydrated. I should have poured this in earlier to let it absorb. So, we'll just let that sit for 2 seconds and spongy. So I feel like I may have asked before, but if I didn't, I apologize. What's everyone working on right now? You know, we usually have projects on the go and things coming and going. Sometimes our projects sort of have to sit. It's kind of nice because anyone that ever asks, "What are you working on?" I can just be like, "Glottkin." I really wasn't sure what to paint tonight. I really enjoyed the canvas last time. I don't want to hold everyone hostage with the same glottkin every week, so I figure we'll throw things in and get this little guy spiffed up as we go here and there. It was a good hurrah in the start, but, you know, I want to keep it fresh for you guys. Surprise, it works. French fry. Oh my god. That's funny. Okay, so let's grab some paper, throw this in. Run over my phone charging cord. That should be good. Toss that. And let's get some paper going. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of like I guess the same sort of idea is like you get that fatigue of something and then you kind of have to find a new project or something else to kind of fall in love with to like really light that fire again. So that was kind of one of the things I wanted to be cognizant of the glottkin as well, is, you know, not just getting myself burnt out, but I don't want to burn you guys out watching the same painting and watch me like get burnt out doing the same painting. You know, it just become tedium. And it's one of those projects that like you literally could just sit and keep going back to it. Like I'm pretty sure I could take anything off my shelf, put it on my table, and then find something I'd want to change, fix, or add to, and just sort of pick up where I left off like a year ago. Say it's not done. So I feel like I kind of gotta keep things fresh. Keep them moving, keep them fresh. Alright, we're gonna use this little dish for the speed paint here. And we're gonna use our wet palette for other paint. going to start with a layer of this Straken green. It's like a nice, I'll call it just like a pretty neutral olive. Very drab green. And let's find a good old brush. Good old reliable. There we are. Hey you. How you doing, buddy? We're gonna scoop out a nice little bit and just roll it off. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I'm gonna just put this olive on his beard. That's where we're gonna start. I'm gonna use a similar approach as I did with Slan's moss and plants. If you haven't seen the Slan video, check it out. It was actually a really fun model to paint. I really enjoyed it. Felt like Indiana Jones the whole time. It was one of those models that like has its environment with it. It's a little, well, you know, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. It's a toad, or frog, but very toad-like amphibious creature sitting on a jungle throne, and just the scenery of the model itself is fantastic. But I will also add is something I really liked about Slan as a model is there were a lot of variable options. Like you could have 3 people build it and they will each end up with something different. Like relatively the same, but like each frog might be different, or your temple might be different, or the plant, or the animals, or you know, lots of things will just be just a hint different. So, for mine, I put all the animals on it. Maybe later in the video, I'll actually grab Slan and I'll show you where all 9 animals are. I know I kind of left that challenge in my comment section last time. Sorry, just switching windows here. Okay. Yeah, actually, one of the cool things for Slan, actually, I think I have the pieces here somewhere. Yeah, there you are, buddy. So one of the cool things about Slan that I was saying is it pretty much gives you bits for an entire other frog. Like, that's another head there. That's his upper body there. And all you really have to make is like the little blobby feet and like the belly with some feet sticking out. And if you do the magnet trick like I did, you can switch frogs in and out of your temple. So you can have like a blue frog and like, you know, you can have the strawberry poison frog, and you can maybe do a you know, the golden poison frog. The Libus terribilis. Oh. Tiny frogs. Yeah, I thought it was really neat though that their diet is actually pulled, or their poison is actually pulled from their diet. So if you have like a captive bred poison arrow frog or poison dart frog, and you just feed it a controlled diet of like flies and little things that don't contain alkaloids like ants and mites and stuff, then your poison frog won't have poison. Thought that was kind of cool. Alright, so we got his beard nice and a little bit of green on that. I'm going to tap these with a bit of orange before I get into the speed paint. Just because I don't want to stain them. I'd rather stain them when they have color on them for like depth. I want them to be kind of fleshy, kind of orange. So I think for that we'll use Rust Monster, which is quite orange, and a bit of this Barbarian flesh. We'll see what it do. And I'll probably go back over that beard with a little more, is it the Moot Green? Yeah, this one, Moot Green. It's quite bright, so it looks nice. It sits on olive very well. I have got to figure out this alpha. Every time I'm kind of glancing over and checking my feeds and stuff, I can see this light coming off my face. It's just like shine off my forehead. Show the 9. No worries, I'll bust it. I'll bust it out at some point. Why'd I do that? I'm putting it on my friggin' dry palette, not my wet palette. It's like now the paint's there, so I have to use it. See if we can't just pick it up a bit. Drop it down over there. And see what we get. You know what, I kind of like that. It's around what I was going for. Let's see if it, let's see what it do. So I'm just going to move that to the side. Okay, so we'll just touch the tops of these mushrooms here. That's the kind of color we're working with. It's kind of like a fleshy orange. And I kind of like that. So I thin off my brush a little because it is a little thick. I'll poke the water. There we go. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Just gonna keep going on all these little mushrooms here. There we go. There we go. Nice. Just gonna kind of tap. The smaller ones, I'm just gonna hit all of it. The bigger ones, I'm just gonna. Oh, there we go. These are a little marble trick there. That's why it comes in handy. For these, I'm just gonna paint the top. Maybe come back with like a fair skin or a really pale flesh sort of color. Take that orange out of it and do the bottoms with that kind of mushroomy mycosynth white color, I guess. Is that what that is? That kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Fantasy mushrooms. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Well, the paint's out now. Better use it. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, once that paint comes down, it's like, oh man, now I have to paint this. It's got to be this color now. And you know, it's not necessarily the case, but you know, Maybe that's just a curse of like second guessing yourself. Maybe you had the right color the whole time. Okay, so we're getting these little mushrooms around his feet. Oh, he's got some more over here too. Got him in the front. Now he's got so many little mushrooms on his feet. Now I'm thinking, well, we're gonna have to come back with another color anyway, but how can I break these up? Just a little bit. So they all look, individual, and they don't just look like a big, bumpy cluster on his leg. Maybe a little highlight at the end. Sparkle a little light off them. Maybe some little speckles or some like Mario World mushroom dots, the little white dots. Well, we'll see, there we go. That foot's looking alright. Oh, missed one. There we go. Okay, let's get this other leg. These kind of have this little bump here. And if I'm misreading this and painting what aren't mushrooms to be mushrooms, well, we're just going to do a really good job and make sure no one notices. Shh. I'm pretty sure they're mushrooms. I feel like it would be odd to wrap them all around his leg except for that little divot there. Okay, that one's looking pretty good. I'm actually going to pop him out. Hold that marble now so I can get under there. Yeah, the marble trick's nice, but sometimes it's hard to get that glue on. Like it'll fight you. It'll slip itself off if you put too much pressure on it. Or if you don't scratch up that little plastic base to give the glue something to kind of seep into. Even just like a little nick helps. And no one's going to see the bottom of the model, so don't worry. Okay. Yeah, trust me, I find a way to take it away. I'll just pop it out and then put it in my hands and off I go. Alright. Painting happy little trees. Feeling very Bob Ross right now. Channeling my Bob. So we're going to go with smooth green now that that beard is nice and dry and solid. Oh. Yeah, this is a nice bright green. So we're just going to get a little, thin little bit here. Ooh, that just ran right off. Just put it right in a puddle there, eh? Ah, no worries. Said I wanted it thin. Careful what you wish for. Alright, so now let's just touch up this beard. Add a little brightness to it. Now, I'm not doing the whole beard, obviously. No. As Bob would say, just 2 hairs and some air. Just trying to find these contours and the natural sort of flow of his beard. I'm going to put my own lines in there. My own sort of striation. There. Some brightness to it. And keep going. A couple dabs on the side, maybe a streak right up the middle here. Better, better. Alright, so we're just gonna have a nice green beard. Nice and mossy. Compressor's gonna pop off behind you and shut that off. Get back here, you bastard. Yeah. There we go. A little hydration. Yeah, happy little monstrosity. Alright, so I think I will bust out some of that runic gray. See what that does. Part of me wants to put like a lighter tone under it. There's a bit of blue to that runic gray. So I'm thinking if I don't want to paint him yellow. I'm thinking if I get something under there that can kind of push that blue towards green. Like, I don't know. I can't really put words to. Oh, that'll do it. There, that'll speak it for me. Ghostly vapor. That's good enough. So that's kind of like this weird color. I don't know what the hell it's going to do under it, but we'll find out. The belt will plug out. Now I'm finding some of these paints in the dropper bottles get the little the ketchup bottle squirt where it kind of dries up in the little bottle tip. So sometimes I'll try to pick that plug out or squeeze it out in somewhere else. Or it's possible to kind of use it. Just put it in the water and let it slosh out. Don't know what this is gonna do, guys. Let's find out. We'll just put it right down here. I'm just gonna kind of slop it on here. I'm kind of going with the grooves, but nothing really specific. Just kind of making a two-tone mess. 3-tone? I don't know. Yeah, keeping that paint really, I guess loose is the word. Flowy. And there's 2 hairs and some air on all these striations. If it soaks in, that's cool. If it doesn't, that's also cool. Just unload the brush just a touch. Yeah, that might be a little too wet there. Just keep following the lines. Follow the tree lines. Just kind of letting this dance on everywhere that there's, our slap floof white. And I'll troubleshoot the problems as we run into them, right? Yeah, the paper clips. I have oh shit. Oh, there they are. So I do keep like a twisted wire that I drop on the floor. I keep something handy to poke those out if I can feel like it's gonna explode. Like you give it a little squeeze and you can feel the resistance and you're like, uh-oh. Yeah. I'll admit, I stubbornly sometimes just go, and then end up stupidly ketchup bottle bursting. And then it's like, well, the paint's out. Now I gotta paint 100 coats. So can't throw out paint. Alright. So, hope this camera angle's working okay for you. You know what? I might even be able to do this for a sec. Hold on. Just wake that up and do that. Ooh, that doesn't really let you see much, does it? Kind of lets you see the palette a little better. Over there. Not so much. Here, you can get to deal with my hands and face. So I kind of like what this ghostly vapor's doing. Like, in my mind, it's like, this is what you wanted to happen. We'll see what actually happens when I put the runic gray on top. This could look like absolute hell. But like I said, I'm going to keep saying, oh, this is working, this is good, this is what I want. And hopefully I convince myself that this ghostly vapor on the tree was a good idea. It's very easy to second guess. Sometimes those weird decisions when you're like, oh, paint this undercoat purple. It's like, that doesn't sound like good for skin. Anatomically, it could actually be pretty good. But when you just grab purple in your hand, you're not thinking, you're just like, holy purple, this ain't gonna work. It's kind of weird when you see some painters out there and like the stuff, it's like they'll grab just the most abstract colors but bring such realism, and you're like, how? You didn't use a single brown or gray. How'd you make something look real? Another fun one's fluorescence. I like painting with fluorescence because you kind of can't see them. They give you like that hidden surprise factor. Actually be neat. What would you guys think? I have to find something small because like it would actually be a really tough painting. But like paint something, maybe not small. Small might actually be, maybe small is not the right word. Something not super complicated. Size doesn't matter, just not complicated. But do something and do like a stream in the dark. So you just watch black light fluorescent paint go on in black light. Because sometimes you'll paint fluorescence in normal light and you'll like sploosh and you won't really see that fluorescent miss or that like the error, because that fluorescent paint is almost like, it's almost like glazed sometimes and you can't even really see it. But then when the black light hits it, it's glaringly obvious, a shiny mistake where paint shouldn't be. So sometimes I will do those fluorescents under a black light. I just feel like that would be a really weird video because you'd be staring into darkness and just seeing glowing paint move around. Maybe I have war paint in fluorescence on my face so you can actually see me talking to you still. So otherwise I just blend out into the background. But I thought that would be kind of cool, like a black light paint session. Yeah, I kind of abducted him off his block. Get back there, Ent. Nah, that's my fault. Can't blame Mr. Tree. Alright. I'm just kind of playing around with this still. And I think we'll hit it with that runic gray now. We'll just jump right on it. I do see... You can use a little bit of this Zambezi Desert. And I'm going to water it down very much so. I'm going to mix that up. And everything's been sitting for a bit. That, and it's just like habit every time I pick up a paint. Like I could mix this, put it down, and if I pick it up in 5 minutes, I'll shake it again. Just habit. Thanks. So we'll pull just a little bit of that. Just wash it off. And for this section, we're actually going to switch to that. Because I want it nice and wet. So I can get it in here. It's like the first layer. There we go. So that he's kind of got like this sort of dead stump look up there. So I figured some of the Zambezi Desert would give a nice woody color. And then I can start putting some green washes, some moldy wash, and stuff like that to kind of give it some age. Maybe even just a little brown. All right, let's get to some of that. What are we at here? We're at an hour and a half. All right, let's hit it with some of that sexy speed paint. Stuff's always fun to put down because it is vibrant. Whoa. That's jumps right out of your hands. I don't think I'm going to dilute this stuff either, because the model's very gray already. Any dilution is going to make it actually pretty tough to see. I'll make sure I get a good mix of this. I feel like that's something that happens often, is we do not mix our speed paint up enough. Or at least I don't. Sometimes I'll just grab it and or just give it a quick rattle and then call it done. And doing that sometimes, the steel balls will still be stuck to pigment on the bottom that hasn't shaken loose. We'll just add a few drops of that. And let's grab our Army Painter Monster Brush. And we shall go back to our side view. Okay. So I'll start on the back here. Start working my way forward. A little bit of water. Just why not? And we're just gonna whee. I'm already seeing reason to question that ghostly blue. But you know what? Not bad. I don't mind it. It's like it's early. Don't question it until you get deep in there. There we go. And probably add some ashiness to this after. Yeah, I don't know if I liked how that ghostly blue landed. Too late though, we're going with it. We'll find a way to pull this tree out of the weeds. I will say the striations of this model specifically, this guy chugs this paint. Like, I'm putting it down, I want to say kind of thick. You know what, we're going to start making a mess right off the get-go. Because we're going to have to find a way out of that ghostly vapor screw up our mid. Oh no, I knocked his eyeball off. Old one eye. Come lucky. Lucky the paint mixer. Nah, it just gives me a chance to hot glue some more shit on the shit. Alright, so we hit these mushrooms, so if we accidentally do that and go blah 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 blah, you can just go boop, boop. All better. And honestly, it doesn't even hurt if you go blah 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 blah. It actually looks pretty good. But you have to go blah 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 when you paint. Otherwise, your paint could go awry. It won't listen to you. I like Bob, you know. Talk to the tree. Make friends with the tree. Ooh. Okay, I see some big stone on the bottom there. Okay. Feel like this tree's getting dangerously close to disco. Like he's got some hard bright and it's gonna take some reining in. I can feel it. You know what? He's a big ass magic tree. He's a magic tree creature. He can have some fun colors. Ghostly Vapors was a good decision. Please agree with me. Nah, it's let's say the jury's split on this. Like I like that kind of blue-gray sort of. It doesn't look like a friggin' tree. Not a real tree. Not yet, anyway. I kind of do like that fantastical color. Like I said, magic tree, going with it. Oh god, is this where you like you put in the cut, you know, some magic stick? This guy is the magic stick. Yeah, it's all on purpose. Oh, that's all the fun of it, right? So just kind of bumble as you go. I feel like just having to like write. Like scripting is one of the hard things I have for a video. Because if I had to sit with a notebook and just like write a script, it's difficult. But if I just sit and talk to the computer and blabber, you get pretty comfortable at doing this. Whether there's like one person or 100. But yeah, it's that natural sort of shit talk, for lack of better words, actually makes some of the best scripted dialogue. Just half the time nothing's recording. It's like, I think everyone is capable of being funny. Like, you have friends stuff like, oh, that person's really funny. I think everyone has the ability to make anyone laugh. You know, it's just like what sort of your interest, and how does your funny align with others? Find your funnies. Speaking of funny, this party clown of a tree is getting there. We'll come back with some malignant greens and maybe some camel cloak into these. Let it kind of mix and do its natural blends with this runic gray. So the other thing is, this thing is just chugging the paint down. Constantly refilling this palette. Okay, let's jump over. What is this? Your camel cloak? I think your camel cloak. Let's see what you do. That's awfully green. That's going to need dilution. But you know what? It actually looks pretty good. Kind of ties out that an element of green, kind of blends that ghostly vapor. Yeah, there's some definite plug in this guy. What could it be? There we go. Maybe just like a bubble or something. Oh, that picked up green right away. Oops. You know what? That doesn't look terrible. We'll go with that. Just make it up as we go along, right? Dabby dabby. This kind of mix. It's a little more green into it. I'm going to try to keep the green on kind of like the top aspect, so it's almost like that's where the moss would be. But that'll be hard to control with the speed paint, because it'll just kind of move and blend on its own, find its recesses and pockets and do its own thing. Just keep going, keep going. It's like we might even end up diluting some brown on this. You know, I said I wanted to avoid brown tree. But like I said, we're in the weeds now. I don't think we were ever out of the weeds. So this is just going to kind of push some green around. Try to maybe hide some of that ghostly vapor and some of this sort of more natural looking green. We'll see. Where are you, damn it? Okay. Good old pallet bone. Alright, hold on, while I'm mixing between things here. Let me take a look. What's going on? Pirate mixing. There's no disco yet. Well, I appreciate that. I feel the direction I'm heading is maybe not where I thought I was going. Alright, let's see what this pallet bone does, because why not, right? I'm going to put it right in his mouth and on his face. And drag some of that green up. There we go. Ooh. You know what? That pallet bone and that kind of odd green color, that is where it's at. That's, I think, what I was trying to do. And just lost it completely. Let me sponge in some of that loose paint in the eyes. I'm going to pull some of that palette bone around. Maybe in a little dark wood. Put a little dark wood in diluted form with some medium. Boop. Boop. And hopefully that'll work. It's beigey almost. Yeah. That's kind of what I was shooting for. And we're gonna. Okay, so. Ooh. Let's squish this on, squish that on. Now, I have this brown that, ooh, I don't know if I like that. You know what? It is kind of working though. Like it's finding that blue. There's a bit of gray coming out of it. There's a strong green to this brown right now, which I like. I think that's coming from all the mess I made before. I don't want too much of that brown. I'm also worried that diluting it with too much water will make it runny. So I'm just going to try to get those deep spots. Also going to hit it on the head up here. Oh yeah, Zamazi Desert. Look at that. That gives a really nice cut wood look right from the jump. Zamazi Desert and dark wood. Okay. Maybe they knew what they were doing with a bit of this wood paint. I said I wanted to avoid that tree, but pouring that touch of brown into that skeleton bone actually did a nice little ditty. But I do feel like I'm making quite a mess now on that leg there, see? And just keep going with it. Alright, that's half the battle, is just go with it. Keep going with it. You know, some parts it's tricky because it's like there are like vines and bits that kind of stand on their own, like this little one here. this one that comes up behind his foot and around. It's like I wouldn't mind having those different color, but I'll have to come in with something not speed paint. More pallid bone. The higher levels I want to use pallid bone and avoid the brown. I'm thinking because that'll just kind of help that light effect. I don't know what happens when I pull some Zamazi Desert into this. Is that gonna mess this up? Just a bit, huh? You guys think? I don't know if I love that. It's a little darker. But I don't know. I'm kind of getting what I wanted out of that face. But I'm not seeing it anywhere else. Alright, get these branches up and out. These branches up and out. Alright. Yeah, I think I kind of found where I'm looking for here. It's a little more of a deeper brown than I wanted at all, but that green in it kind of helps. I'll say the water is not helping very much because it makes it harder to control. But, you know, it's doing its job. Like I said, trees are kind of random, so it's just going to look like a mess of natural colors, I guess. I'm just going to make a friggin' mess. Why not? How long have I been working for? What are we at? Almost 2 hours? So I've been painting for maybe an hour. Like, brush time between priming and drying and all that. I'm just gonna keep boop 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 boo. And get these claws going. Alright. Just gonna hit all these little branches. To be honest, I don't like that. Okay, I see his leg. I see some paint that's kind of getting sloppy out, so think that might be something contributing to my I don't like that thing. Get more camo cloak. Oh, ketchup burst. Yep. Damn. Yep. This is just becoming a mess. So, the Palabonan Runic Gray is probably, I'm going to say, the hero color on his face that I kind of want to carry down. I don't know how well it'll carry down unless I just kind of push and pull everything around on my own. Get some darker in here. So we'll just throw some moss and some green. That camo cloak. Maybe a little much there. Kind of give him some green plant rooty feet. Connect him to the forest floor a little more. And I'm just kind of letting the speed paints do half the work on their own now. Kind of stop caring what lands where and just going with it, right? And see what happens. Probably not the best way to go about a model, but it's not like this guy's for competition or anything. This guy's just gonna, it's for funsies. I like what that leg's doing now. I don't like the inside of that thigh now. What the heck? Okay. A little better. Well, I have to come back and touch up all those mushrooms. Here. And I guess we still gotta get his hands, right? His hands with some brown. Alright, popping them up for a sec to get under here. This is the best way to paint. Learning the hard lesson. Building complex, get insane. That's not even half built. To something else. Yeah, we all have that sort of you know, that cursed piece, I guess, or the you know, some of that shame work that we're like, we kind of look at it and go, oh man, I gotta get that done. Like I have a board game that I've been meaning to paint. And it's one of those like, oh, I'm not good enough to paint it yet. I have to be On this level, I'm here, I gotta be here in order to let myself paint this model. And, yeah, it is a very real thing but it also sucks when you, like you said, like when you look at your model and it's sitting there half built and you're like, man, I should really put in the other, dozens of hours to get the other half of that built or whatnot. And it's sometimes like I was saying, you need to break the cycle of your current work in order to find the love of your old work. Or I guess the love of your current work has to be pushed aside so you can do something fun, recharge your batteries, come back feeling reinvigorated. I'm seeing blue on this tree. That's got to be from the runic gray. Some loose drippings, some rune drip. Yeah, you can see very clearly. No F's given. We're just picking, dab, 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 wet, 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 dab, 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 and then just have at it. The speed paint will do the rest. And I will blame Army Painter if it looks like crap. Nah, those guys are great too. I think they made their 100,000 March to 100,000 thing. I don't know if anyone's been following that. Any other Army Painter fans in the house? So let me dip back here. Ooh, what game? Ooh, you know what? I'll grab it. Hold on. Let me make sure I can. Oh, okay, I'm sliding. That's it. All right, I'll be right back. So this is like the only Kickstarter game I've actually backed, and it was quite the ordeal. And I will give huge shout out to Jasco for actually getting it fulfilled. Join us. Yeah, it's the Evil Dead 2 board game, and it's got it's got a bunch of minis. It has actually an expansion box too of other minis. So we had like a full Kickstarter thing, and it actually, like, the guy who collected it for the first thing, he just kind of took the money and ran, and it kind of screwed everyone. So Jasco stepped in and kind of they like reposted and were like, yeah, if we can meet our requirements, we will fulfill the orders and all the orders of the people who got screwed. So they really showed up. But the minis are pretty damn good. Like, if you know the movie, that's the laughing head from The Mantle. Let's see, I'm kind of weirding out the Kandarian dagger. Henrietta. Oh, yeah, of course. Gotta have a chainsaw. These are like little token things, so I'm guessing you find them through the game and use them. I haven't used the expansion pack. And the game, I'll bust out, the prized mini. Ash. Army of Darkness was actually the first one I saw as a kid. I watched. Oh, okay. So if you like Army of Darkness, you'll enjoy. You'll actually get this one then. You get Bad Ash as well. And he's missing the hand. I'm Bad Ash. You're good Ash. Little goody two shoes. It's good, bad. I'm the guy with the gun. So yeah, this is the game that has tons of miniatures that I've been like, I'm not good enough to paint Ash justice yet. I'm like, as good as I am with it, I feel like Ash deserves better than I can produce. So one day we'll bust out Ash. That'll be like, you know, for all of us in here right now. Shh, that one's a secret. All right. Yeah, I kind of nerd out on pop culture stuff. The Ash is as a certain subscriber milestone. Uh, you know what? I kind of like that idea. That kind of forces my hand, because like I don't feel myself. I don't think any of us actually actively feel ourselves improving painting by painting by painting. We just kind of notice it in big chunks. Um, so like I could look at Ash for my whole life and be like, oh, I'm not there yet. So I think having a kind of milestone or a staple would actually be something good to force my hand to actually just get it done. To actually like force me to start it. Like if I hit whatever milestone, I can't back out. All right, let's take a little look at this Ent and see what's going on with him. He's still kind of wet with the speed paint. Don't gotta say, I'm not blown away yet. It's fun, it's magic looking, but there's something about it that just is not. It's just not hitting me right. I don't know. Maybe if I give it a little more time as the speed paint finds its home and dries, we can dry brush a little more on top. You know, maybe like I said, my hands do things that my brain don't understand. Just my hands do, my brain trusts. Alright, where are we at here? We're at 2 hours and 8 minutes. This is going to take a sec to dry anyway. I'm trying to think of what can I kill time with while he sets up so I don't further screw it up. Oh, here. We'll have some fun over on this side. I'm going to take you with me here. Oh, what's going on here? Face cam, side view cam. Okay, I think my camera is actually having some problems. Give me a sec here. I'm seeing frozen glottkin on the side. So, we're just going to go to this right quick while I figure out my other camera. Oh, now it's totally frozen. Come on, figure it out, camera. Sorry about that. Working the tech here. Okay, I think it might be a connection problem. Oh, give me 2 seconds. Goddamn technology. Like, it keeps popping up, but then it says it's not there, so... Okay. Alright, I'm not sure if that's... Yeah, we might be down a camera, guys. I'm not 100%, so... We'll see. We'll figure that out. Hey, it gives that thing time to dry, though, right? Yeah, it's funny. The curse of our existence now is the might of the technology we've created, right? Alright. So, okay, let's try this again here. Yeah. Fumbling with tech live. Sure, everyone can relate to that, though, at this point. Alright, I think that might... I think it's saying it's reading, but I'm not getting anything in my picture. Alright, we'll go to this camera. I'll see if I can figure that out as we go. There we go. That work? Yes! Okay. And he's still a little wet, so I still have time. Alright, we're gonna go this way. So, I know before I said I wanted to do... Put a little Cthulhu monster on that canvas. And I was kind of like, well, I don't know the angle. How am I gonna... How do I get... I was thinking like something big coming up on shore, or something pushing that tide in. So, neat trick. Let's see if we can get it to happen here. That blue ring octopus. You just play around with that shadow. I think I'm going to land it somewhere there so it looks enormous crawling up of that beach. Like, I want those tentacles to kind of hit that sort of beachhead. But yeah, if you ever feel like, you know, vandalizing a painting for the sake of good, I thought that was a neat little trick. And I just literally was like, how do I reference point that? And I literally just took an octopus that I painted for another video and a headlight and just kind of like played with it in the headlight, and I could get my reference. So that's also a fun one. You know, maybe we'll do canvases and paint on canvases, like paint on top of paintings. Go find like a dollar store painting or like a Walmart cheap pre-made print and then just vandalize the hell out of it to make something cool. That'd be kind of neat. Now the really hard part about it is actually you got to set everything up as you like float around your camera angle to find it. Like with your light, once you get everything lined up, it's like you either have to snap a shot of that or, you know, have it frozen with your light on it so you can like trace your shadow. I got as far as like, yeah, this is roughly the shape I wanted to get on that, and then was like, well, if I want to get a picture, I need my phone, or I got to set. I just hands full, didn't bother. But I'm sure there's more definitive ways to rig things up to get that sort of style done. Kind of, it made me think of like using like how people use projectors for their paintings. They'll project an image and then like map it out. So if you have an image like yay big and you want it bigger, you can blow it up without having to do like those your square grids and lock in all your picture. You can just kind of like bam, scroll diagonally, and now I can just put a bigger image on the canvas. I thought that would be kind of neat. I've never tried painting with. Oh, I'm pretty new to canvas work, so working with a projector I think would actually be pretty cool. I feel like it would almost be cheating, but then again, it's like you're going to be painting an image of light as your hand blocks the light. Like I feel like it would actually be not as easy as people feel. Like you think, oh, it's just a picture on the wall, paint by numbers. But once you stand in front of it and start painting, it goes away. You'll be like, what? I imagine it'd still be quite frustrating. And you'd have like an exact photo image, so you'd feel that like you have to make it look that real, like a photograph. Take a still frame from your camera. Um, it's weird. I can go back and like pull frames. I haven't figured out how to like just like click and take like a still shot mid broadcast. I have to go back and like poach all my still frames from broadcasts. Yeah, still learning the editing. There's so much to freaking learn about editing. Like I feel like that's its own beast. Like there's classic painting and the do's and don'ts. Editing is so much more loose. There's no rule to it. It's just, does it look good or not? Is it appealing or not? And does it make you smile? But oh my goodness, it is its own art. It's hard to learn. Yeah, this is one of the things about the speed paint that is, you know, I'll say a bit of a problem. Woo, we're going back here. It goes on fast. It stays wet for a friggin' time. Oh, tipping over my camera again. There we go. So now that it's drying, I kind of like that a little better. Those kind of hard jumps are, I'll say a little tapered out. I kind of like how that sort of green takes to his leg and the brown takes to his top. His eyes and his face are still quite wet. Maybe I can put something on the base here. You can actually see on the base where a lot of that rooted gray and spray paint kind of landed. Let's see, what are we at? We're at 2 hours, 18 minutes now. I think this might be a good time. I'll give this guy an extra couple minutes. I'm going to refill my water. We'll do our little sort of intermission break. Now feel free to grab a snack, grab a drink, maybe have a quick smoke. Oop. Smack your mic with your water bottle. I'm so sorry. That was probably really hard on your ears, y'all. But yeah, we'll do a little. I know I'm hearing the bounce back, and I can hear that smack through the delay through my device. I apologize. That was obnoxious. All right, do a little refill and a snack, and we'll regroup in I'm gonna say 3 minutes. I'll probably be back sooner than 3 minutes, but I'll give you at least 3 minutes before I start. 11:22 here. Maybe see the paint at 11:25. Give me a couple minutes. Oh, bless you. All right, we're back. I got a coffee brewing, so I might have to jump over to the coffee station. Thank you. Just a little juice. Can't just drink coffee, end up with the shakes. Alright, sorry, let me get caught up on my chats here. Ooh, I fell behind. Oh, sweet Henrietta. Yeah, honestly, the promoting part is like the hardest part of this. Like the painting, that's pleasant. Ooh, coffee. Oh, it should have brewed a full coffee. I hit the full thing. Or K-cup. K-cup's all kooky. Kooky K-cups. What was I going on about? Yeah, the promoting. Promoting on YouTube is like, it's hard. I feel like the idea of becoming one of those like million hit channels, you have to be, a YouTube ancient, or your social promoting game has to be your art. Like painting is art, yeah, but I feel like that promotion and like really pushing that viral trend, that's like an art in itself. That like I said before all this, I was like phobic of social media, so having like an awesome social media presence is something I know my channel lacks, and I need to do a better job of. It's a long journey. I don't expect to explode in a couple months, but it's been a lot of fun, and I really like, more so than anything, because it's not like I'm getting friggin' paid. It's the connections I'm making with everyone. Like that's one of the coolest things is, from, like, I was kind of joking about the time zones. Literally everyone in the world can sit down and enjoy a paint session. So to me, that's like the most special part. If the world picks it up like they picked up Bob Ross, that would be great. But I feel like I have better odds of being an NHL player, and my odds of that aren't good. I can't skate. I'm like the only Canadian that can't skate. All right, let's get back to these minis. I said 3 minutes, right? And I kind of bought myself about 7, but it looks pretty dry. I'm willing to bet if I started slapping really wet paint on it and watery paint, it would just come right back to life and start running. So we'll try to use some thick, undiluted, sticky paint to get on these highlights. All right, let's go. That's the coffee. All right. So, okay, I can still see some wet spots. Maybe I was wrong. You can see some of that shininess in his leg there. Well, let's start playing around on these mushrooms. They're dry, they're safe. Let's do that. We'll take some of this. What is this? Gelatinous blue. I actually really like this color. This is equivalent to, let's see. Ooh. Come on, light. Oh, you guys can't read that. Sorry. It's matches Gorgon hide. So I actually really like it though. It's an off-white kind of shady blue that, like, I feel like the blue you're seeing here on camera is way more blue than I see in person. But I like it. And we're going to use that to hit the bottom of the mushrooms. And we're going to use it. Ooh, that's thick. We're going to use it without water. We're just going to grab it, hopefully not too thick, and just kind of slap it along the bottoms of the mushrooms. Poor One Eye. Yeah, my hot glue's cooled down. Otherwise, I'd slap his eyeball back on. Ooh. We just got a little paint plug out of that. Look at that. Little gelatinous turd. And the other one we got is Cambrian Crimson. This is another one I really like. And it says it matches Dragon Red. Now, okay, never mind. That's Dragon 5. I was going to complain like, that is way darker. This matches Army Painter Dragon Red. And this is Dragon Fire Red that matches Army Painter Pure Red. So, it caught me in my tracks. I was going to bitch at them. Like, what is this? These are Dragon Red and Dragon Red. You need something to complain about, right? That's how you really go viral, is you hold a product and you like, with a grumpy face on it and say, what's wrong with Games Workshop? And then you get 1 million followers. That's how it works, right? Just hate on the companies we love. I'm just playing. Now, I've actually thought, like, because I don't put my thumbnails in my videos, but they're always in my freaking live streams. And a lot of people argue that the YouTube algorithm likes having your face in your thumbnails. I don't know how true that is. Maybe that's why I'm, not having my 1 million followers yet. I hope you guys can hear the facetiousness in my voice. Alright, let's get into the bottom of these mushrooms. And hopefully he doesn't fall off. Hopefully we don't lose our marbles. So I'm going to hold it on this kind of goofy angle, so hopefully you can see. Oh no, he's going to go. You got to squish that marble back in there. Bang! There we go. Now he's nice. Now you can hold him sideways. Come on, buddy. There we go. There we go. That's better. We're just going to use this gelatinous blue. Really pale the bottom of these mushrooms. Just going to touch the bottom there. And it's okay if you don't get the whole part, because I'm not, and I'm not going to chirp at anyone for missing a little bit of mushroom. You just kind of want that brightness under them, see? Woo-hoo. I'm going to come back and do a second coat. This gelatinous blue, it is kind of transparent. Like, you know how when you paint white, that'll be kind of a fight to get a nice solid layer of white. This gelatinous blue kind of does the same. So I don't really use it to try to put a solid coat of gelatinous blue down. It usually sits thin on top of something else and kind of just gives it a little bit of a tint. Maybe not a tint, but like a lift. So this is actually a little thicker than I put it on. Now, but I really like how that kind of looks at the base of that mushroom. There's a little piece there kind of licked on the wood I can clean up. But I like that. Very nice. Let's keep going with it. Just all these little bases that connect the mushrooms to the tree. We're just gonna keep going. A little bit of brightness. And that kind of adds a little bit of, I want to say, realism. A little bit of life to these mushrooms. Because mushrooms are actually pretty colorful. I guess especially in like fantasy realms, mushrooms are always seeming to be associated with magic. Maybe that has to do with some mushrooms' hallucinogenic properties. You know, magic mushrooms. Oh, yeah, funny stories. Yeah, we go from mini painting to the Joe Rogan podcast in, 3.5 grams. Yeah, let's get back to these mushrooms. So yeah, I'm trying to keep a balance between keeping this paint thin enough to like get a nice coat, but thick enough that it stays opaque and doesn't like make the speed paint run. So we just kind of hit around these bottom parts. These back ones there. These look pretty good. Now for these, because they all kind of stack up on each other, I'm just going to kind of do that and then poke them again. It's almost like I'm just going to lick the bottoms in an upward direction. Should have started at the bottom instead of the top, but live and learn, right? See that okay? No, you can't. Sticking back there. This is going to be a bit of a challenge for me, but this way you can actually see it. So I'm not drifting off camera. It's funny, I don't know why the hell I can sit and paint it attached for a time lapse, but while I'm talking and painting with you guys, I'm so tempted to just like pick it up and like, oh, But like when I'm doing those little time lapses, I'm like head down, very locked in. My head, hands, and mini don't move. Blew myself. Oh, that's funny. That's a good show. I like that show. Oh my god. It's always money in the banana stand. They burn it down and there's like 200 grand cash inside it. Oh my god. They live in like the fake house. Nothing works. God, it's been a while since I watched that show. But that is a great show. Alright, I think I just made this stuff way too wet now. So we're playing with, I want to say we're playing with fire, but it's more like we're playing with water right now. Because I feel like this is going to make a runny mess on my pretty little mushrooms. Maybe let's pull a smaller brush out. Maybe that'll help. Let's find something small. New. Okie doke. And we go back to it. Gelatinous glaze. Yeah. Yeah, the donut paint. Some jelly glazed donut. There you go. Now I want donuts. What's your favorite donut out there, people? Everyone likes donuts. You got a favorite donut? Let me know in the comments. Sounds silly. I got a pretty good, maybe not a good donut story, but I do like a good donut. Oh no, posture goes out the window when you mini paint. Didn't you know that? We all get lordosis and crane over our models. Okay. Alright. I think you guys are going to get some more behind the scenes work here. Maybe not behind the scenes work, but maybe like, you know, best kept secret. And like, honestly, like, pretty much no one ever sees me with these. Secret weapon. They're like pseudo sexy dogs, but just my readers. But honestly, when you sit for hours editing and painting and never leaving your desk and staring at things just in front of your eyeballs, it actually does really stress your eyes. And I'm pretty sure I was saying before, we had this conversation, that my vision is pretty good. Like, I don't need these. Like, I don't need these to read. I can read small print just fine. But if I'm staring at a computer screen, they also have blue light filters, so that's also a nice bit for editing. But it does help relax your eyes a lot when you're painting for a while. For me, it's weird because if I have them on for a while and then I take them off, I'm like, whoa. And it's not even like they have huge magnification or anything. They're just slightly corrective script. But they do make a world of difference sometimes. And I've probably spent the last couple days editing my most recent time lapse. It's actually pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. It came out. It's short, but it's sweet. So, still kind of making a mess on the bottom of these mushrooms. But I do like how it's sitting. I feel like the more sort of mushroom base I put down, that's kind of the thing. It's like the more you put down one brush stroke and you'll go, oh my god, this was a mistake. If you just, knuckle down and keep going, eventually it'll look good. Now, I know it's not the case, but I'm like very close to the camp of that. Doesn't matter what you do. Once you hit like a threshold level of enough paint on it, it'll look pretty good. Unless you intentionally like kill your model by just using ghostly vapors and dark wood and runic gray and malignant green and moot green and striking green. Unless you do a bonehead move like that, you can come back. Oh, let me pop this window. What? Go away, window. Sorry, let me get caught up here. Raspberry jam or lemon? Ooh, I do like a lemon. That's a good one. Yeah, the jellies are good. Honey glaze, timeless classic. Ah, okay, honey glaze. All right. So that's refined and classic. Can't go wrong with that. Not gonna lie, I myself, I like a good Boston cream. I don't know why they called it a Boston cream. I'm assuming they were, invented in Boston. But yeah, good Boston cream. I was driving up north once. I don't know if you call it late or early. But I stopped at a Tim Hortons, which is a staple Canadian coffee shop, and ordered a Boston cream and a coffee. And they didn't have Boston creams. And I was kind of sad. And then all of a sudden a voice came over, like another voice came over the drive-through window that's like, yo, I can do that for you right now. And by the time I oh, thank you, and drove around to the window, it was like the freshest, most perfect Boston cream I have ever eaten. I also give a shout out to a Tim Hortons in Barrie that does Boston cream Timbits. And I'll tell you, when I discovered those, that'd be damn near just worth a drive to Barrie from here. And that's a few hours, a couple hours, just to get those Timbits. I used to have work out in Barrie, so that's why I'd go and get them. But, oh, good stuff. Boston cream Timbit, yes, yes. And yes, I don't know, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining. I kind of am late to catch up on. I'm the last one to hear about these things in my chats, right? All this fun stuff's going on in there. You guys talking about awesome donuts. I'm the last one to find out. Oh, that's all good. As long as we're all wanting donuts together, right? You know what I miss? I miss the chocolate and peanut donuts. Those were good. I think they called them peanut busters. Oh, JP, what's up, man? Good to see you. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining. Trying to keep my model in center here. I actually glued this thing down so I wouldn't steal it from you guys. And that hasn't been very successful. So I have to get up and paint the underside of these little mushrooms. But I'm looking, they're all looking pretty good now. And gosh, most of that speed paint's okay. I'm gonna call that good. Alright, give them a little twist, do the little marble trick. And for everyone that's just joining us or saying, I kind of gave a few little tidbits. One of them, I'll say a behind the scene trick, is the marble trick. So sometimes in videos you'll see me spinning this thing around on the clay. Sometimes I'll have the clay at like an angle. Here, let's do that. So you can kind of get a good view of it, or a downward view. But like if he's like that, I can go whoosh. Oh, and get a good view of a tree butt. But yeah, that little sort of swivel trick that I use is a marble glued to the bottom. So if you're painting a mini and have trouble with a large base like this that doesn't fit on like this thing will hold my mini for me. But I can't use that for this guy. And sometimes, like, it won't work for the glottkin, it's too big. I almost sit with it like on a pie plate. But a little guy like this you can glue down and use the marble trick just fine. What do you think? Should we try to go in for those eyes? Eyes are always a fun challenge. What do you guys think? So oh no, dishes are dishes have to get done. I get that. I hate doing dishes. I understand their importance though. um, you know what? We're gonna tie this color back in. Let's go back to these ghostly vapors. I'm sure some of you are just like, oh, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm questioning that. Oh, my coffee's getting hijacked. It's funny, I was in the zone, forgot it was there. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at my hand. There's not much paint on there yet. Let's go more. Let's get some ghostly vapors on there. There we go. That's a little better. Darn gelatinous blue. Okay, so let's get these eyeballs. Let's see. Pretty good. Shot. Yeah, I might be ducking under the camera a little bit here. Here, maybe you can come with me. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Okay, I see there's a little pocket of runniness in that eye. And I'm going to try to not worry about that. But let's sponge it out. Whoop. Nice. Scoop this up a little. Take some of that extra paint off. I'm just going to base that eyeball nice and gentle. And give it a little bit of brightness. Now my first thought was to kind of bring this eye into like a glowing green. You know, I like to fall back on that fluorescent green and tesseract glow. But I think there'll be enough green on this one that I'll lose the eyes if I paint them green. So I'm actually thinking maybe a nice like magic blue. Not the speed paint magic blue, but just like magical blue. Now there is some speed paint in this pocket here. So yeah, some bright blue is actually going to help. Sorry, I'm going to turn this back to you for a sec. Oh, maybe you can get away with that angle. Here, you move the camera. A little tap tap tap-a-roo in there, right? A little tap tap tappy. I don't know. That might take a little wash to kind of make nice. But it's getting there. That right eye is just weird shaped. Like I'm looking at it like I didn't miss. It's just huge compared to the other one. So I'm still looking at this glare. Still figuring out how to mess with alpha in editing, so that'll be the next one. Color key, figuring it out. Alpha shading and contrast, a little tougher. Okay, let's find something dark for that mouth. Or do we make blue for that mouth too, like eyes and mouth glowing that magic? Or do we make that mouth dark? Kind of think maybe dark. I don't know what kind of teeth a tree would have. I'm guessing he'd have like human teeth. Herbivore teeth. Actually, no, he wouldn't have herbivore teeth. He wouldn't eat plants. I feel like that wouldn't be cool. Treebeard would not eat other trees. He'd eat orcs. So, I don't know. That's a weird one. No, the riddles of Middle Earth. Yeah, what does Treebeard eat? So I'm seeing a few little stains and messes on these mushrooms, so I'm just going to start tapping them back. You know, some of that paint left a mess. And some of that mess is pretty good. It kind of gave that, like, mossy mushroom look. But there's some of that gelatinous blue that was very aggressively bright. And ooh, lost my window. Where's my comments? Archie Skill Painters. If you watch Skilled Painters, what are you doing here? We're fun painters. I don't know if we're skilled over here. I appreciate that, though. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, I find it is a common trend, and I very much like doing these live streams. I know I'm not like I know I could probably go through my personal subscription list and find, you know, a bunch of painters that are way better than me, that inspire me on canvas and miniature. But I feel like, and this is kind of the blessing of YouTube, is it's not purely about being, you know, the best painter. It's not purely about being, you know, the most viral video. It's just about, you know, sharing your work and having a platform that connects with other artists in a very open format for whatever your art is. Like, I was actually hanging out with JP Super Monkey today. Well, today. It was yesterday for him. But it was today, this morning, for me, as he was shredding the new Diablo season. And I don't think I would have ever met JP Super Monkey if I didn't have this channel. And that goes for everyone. Like, it's really nice that there's that connection. Like last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? I think 2 weeks ago, yeah. Chet popped into the comment section, and that kind of just knocked me off my feet, but it really opened my eyes as to, you know, really validating how good of a connection people can make through YouTube. You know, a lot of us will sit and just flip through the shorts and giggle, but once in a while you can make really awesome real human connections. And I found, like, way more frequently now that I've started this channel, it's had positive results, and, you know, it's really squashed my social media phobia. Like, nothing gets you nervous like a live performance on something, right? Even if you're comfortable with the forum. I guess it's kind of, I can just pretend I'm talking to only my computer, and then it's less anxiety inducing. Then you guys would think I'm crazy because I'm not talking to you. Half the time I'm editing, I am talking to my computer. Okay, so we did these cleanups. Those mushrooms are looking good, and his face is looking nice. His eyes should be dry. Let's go back with that magic glue we were talking about. Yeah. I think it was. I'll plug the vidIQ channel. They're pretty big, so they don't need me to plug them at all. But it was a vidIQ, like it's a channel that kind of assists YouTube creators and ideas and content, and kind of like, you know, I'll say more than just encouragement to like create on tabs. They'll keep tabs on changes for YouTube and make announcements and stuff. They're pretty good. But actually, yeah, I found JP's channel through that, and it was his positivity. He had a really positive attitude in the post, and I was like, damn, this guy sounds like a good dude. I gotta show him my props. And went and checked out his content. Some of his stuff's really blowing up too. If you like gaming stuff, check out JPS. Oh, JP Super Monkey. At this point, it's JP Skill Stacker, JP Super. Oh, we've come up with pretty much JP Super whatever he's doing. But yo, check him out. Yeah, but like, yeah, especially like one of the things I will say JP's awesome at is if you like gaming, obviously, he's really good at skill stacking. So like if you have an RPG character and it's like you need, these stats to pair with this stat, and like I know that I will say it's the skill trees in Diablo 4 look incredibly vast. But JP's really good at skill stacking. He's working on a sorcerer right now. Just putting a little plug for you there, buddy. No, we all gotta like, share, subscribe, and all that good stuff. So if you're watching right now and you're not with me on the live stream, but maybe afterwards, hit those like, subscribe, and share buttons. And then catch me live on the next one. But all the good people who are here with me now, you don't need that plug. You're already with me. Okay, so I'm flipping up that Cambrian Crimson now. I know I said I was going to go back to that blue on the eyes, but I cursed myself with putting paint down and not using it. So now I have to use it. So let's put some dots on this mushroom. I'm going to get an even smaller brush. We're going to go smaller. Ooh. We got this little devil. This is a Tamiya HO scale? HG scale. This little devil's tiny. It's like painting with a pin. So you probably won't even get to see what I'm doing with it right now. Hold on. Maybe I can get this closer and like stare right down at the model. So just get it a little wet. Now the one curse about using small brushes like this as well, if you have ever had the stress of painting eyeballs on miniatures, Tyler, you know what I'm talking about. These little tiny brushes, the paint, especially acrylic paint, dries on their tip really fast. So you have to work quickly or you're going to end up with dry paint when you poke that eyeball. Like when you get the courage to make that final little doop, the paint won't come off because it'll be dry. Because there's such a little amount loaded on the brush and acrylic dries so fast, it kind of, it's like you want to work really slow and delicate, Ooh, that's really loaded. But you're kind of racing the clock here. I'm trying to see if I can find a good angle for one here. There we go. So he's already drying there. So it's going to be tough to put these little tiny dots. There we go. Can you see those okay? Probably not. They're really small. I was actually looking. I could get a macro lens for this. They're not. It's not like they're cheap, but they're not like stupid expensive either, because it's for a GoPro. So it's not like one of those telescopic DSLR lenses. But kind of debated if it's worth it, because I can just pull and zoom and edit. But in this sense, I can't really edit while I'm working live. So sometimes you guys have to deal with bad angles or bad resolution that makes you unable to see the like millimeter dots. Not even. I don't even think this thing measures. I don't even know what a nanometer looks like. Ooh, that was a bit too much on that one. But you can actually see it there. Right up there, look. You can see red on that one. By God, we did it. So I'm just going to keep going, splattering some of these with this little red dots. Maybe I won't be so shy and make them a little bigger just for the sake so you can see. Yeah, just a couple dots, 1, 2, 3 on each. Well, he gets a little more. And I'll be stingy on that one. There we go. Probably not the last we'll see of these mushrooms. But good for now. Yeah, eyes are a bane, but when you get a good eye, it's like, yes. Like I'll always give it a try, but I'll say my batting average for good eyes is so. Find humans are the hard. Humans you can make a decent eye just because it's a familiar thing, but like an orc, I'll just like red. You got red eyes, buddy. You're angry. You're an angry orc. Monster, blue eyes. Tree monster, glowing magic eyes. I just find putting a little bit of glow in there, taking a bit of a liberty, is better than trying to go super realistic. Just because I know I'm not good enough to go super real. Okay. All right, let's get to those eyes. I know I said we're going to do some nice blue eyes. Let's hit those up. We're going to use frost blue and ghostly blue. Wait a second. Ghostly vapor. Ah, you got me again, Army Painter. Got me again. Just make every name half the name of another name. Then you have to have all your paints. So which blue was it? Frost Ghost? Ghost Shade? Shade Ghost? Ghost Frost? Shade Frost? Gelatinous Shade? Okay. We're going to keep with this little guy, this tiny little HG'er. 25 millimeter. I'm gonna get that paint off that brush before it dries. Like I was just talking about that. I'll look dumb if I let it dry and ruin my brush. Here, I'm just gonna do a little reference for everyone watching, because honestly, that's an impressive number, dude. Okay. For reference, everyone. Here, hold this for me, Mr. Ent. That's 2.5 centimeters or 25 millimeters. So that's how tiny this guy's painting. That's friggin' tiny. Just as like a reference, because I want to recognize that 25 millimeters is goddamn tiny. Like I'm talking about painting eyeballs. Yeah, at a 25 millimeter, I wouldn't even touch that eyeball. I just wash its face and call it done. That's an impressive scale of tiny. Okay, let's get this blue in there. Let's get some nice, shiny blue. Perfect. There we go. Look at that. That's what we want. Now, I don't think we would have got there without that ghostly vapor. So, once again, I'll high-five my hands for knowing what my brain doesn't. You know, I think that's kind of the best painting. Just go with it. I don't know what to expect it to look like when I'm done. I'll just kind of know when it's done. And it's usually done when I've taken it to a point where I'm like either unsure or scared to add more paint. At that point, it's like, okay, guys, don't touch it. Okay, I like that blue. That immediately just made some nice ooh la la to it. That gave it some life. Like, we've been painting him for friggin' hours, but he's just being born right now. Take some of this owlbear brown and I'm going to shove it in his mouth. I might highlight his lip with some of that Zambezi Desert. But we're going to use some of this dark owlbear brown to kind of get in there. And where's my Zambezi Desert? Ooh, it's already dry on that. Huh. Yeah, my wet palette's already not super dry, but it's not soppy anymore. That's probably because of how friggin' hot it is. They thought it was like a 6-inch tall model. Yeah, that's I'll say a tough one, because like I think 6 inches is almost like 112 scale, give or take, and that's like I don't know what this guy is. Yeah, let's get the stick. Yeah, this guy's about 5.5 at his tallest branch. And this guy's pretty damn big for a mini. So, and I do like painting sizable miniatures. I do find that quite fun to have that playground to work with, but it also is a challenge, because when you like the details on these guys are still small, So sometimes you just kind of feel lost on so much surface with such small detail. And then other times you get models like Slan, which have tons of tiny little elements. And like it's a big, I think he has an 80 millimeter base, but just all the like the little skinks and frogs, the little bird, the ruins, tiny lizards. Like there's a lot of natural natural life and creatures going on that's more than just the single model. It's almost like you're painting a diorama. Well, sorry, buddy. Kind of mashing up your lip there. I'm seeing I'm activating something in there. Something's getting a little slippery between that Zambezi Desert and this Owlbear Brown. So I'm just going to come back with this brown and darken it up a bit. Pull that back over. I guess it's a lip. Touch a little bit of brown on his nose. It's more like that Zambezi sand color. It's going to kind of accent his face there. We'll just drag that up that branch. A little bit of that warmth in his cheeks. They count as cheeks? Yeah, I'll say they count as cheeks. Okay, ooh. I think I just took off some of that speed paint there. And we still have a bit of living speed paint here. So let's patch that up. There we go. Put his nose a little. Drag some of that green in his face. Got this little you probably turn that brown and drive that down a bit. Yeah, that's I was actually saying there's one of those what is it? It's like a blight something. There's like the big hulking trees. But yeah, I saw them. You were fighting a bunch of them. I was like, those look just like that Enta had. It's like the multiple arms and claws and stuff. Okay, I kind of like that. It's a little bright, but I think it'll calm itself down as we go, and as it dries. That's a nice woody highlight there. Okay, yeah. Just gonna drag this up a bit. Kind of wooden that out. Might go back with a very dilute. I know, I used a malignant green before. I used that on Slan that I quite liked. I don't know if I'm going to do that again with this. Let's keep going with the Zimezi Desert. Oh, the Tree of Whispers. So the living trees. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The severed heads are on the tree. That's actually not a bad idea. A couple little trees hanging off, or heads hanging off the tree. That'd be kind of neat. Alright, so I'm just gonna hit these licks here. These licks here. Hit these licks here. Alright, I think Zimezi Desert's gonna be one of our star players. Kind of creeping out of the drawer here and pulling some heavy work. Now I'm really tempted to keep it in, but I know that Speed Paint is just looking for a reason to jump back and join the fight. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of drag this along the branches. Just let it take natural. Let the brush kind of like dance naturally on the surface of the trees. I'll just find its way. You know, Bob Ross this and just be like, happy trees. Make your own decisions. Grow their own way. Good old Bob Ross. Does anyone watch the Bob Ross YouTube channel? On the weekend, they actually do their own live streams. I say live stream, the man's been dead since a while. But like, yeah, they every weekend they do a Bob Ross, non-stop live stream, and I'll say that is also one of the places I hang out sometimes. Just see what Bob's up to. Sometimes it's nice to hear him in the corner painting, but it's usually we're painting different stuff. I know the Bob Ross landscapes are. I couldn't sit and watch and copy what he's doing. That's one of the main things. Like, I feel like a landscape is such a free thing that to like put, a waterfall exactly where he did, and put the sky exactly where he did, put the clouds exactly with the same twists and turns he did. Like to just copy Bob all the way through his painting, I feel like would rob you of the sense of joy that he wanted to give you. He'd always say, it's your own world. It's your own universe. You put your happy trees wherever you want. Even if that's putting the happy tree, into a magical realm of fraught with terror and monsters. Yeah, I'd like to see what Bob Ross would do if he was to paint like some of the world from Diablo or Elden Ring, like some of those old fantasy game maps that have like really beautiful layouts, but are also like lend themselves to some really what's the word I'm looking for? Really eldritch atmosphere. Okay, so I'm just taking this desert on these little striations. And I probably could get away with a bit of a dry brush, but I'm also worried that'll yank off some of the speed paint I put down. Happy little tree. Well, he is little. Well, comparatively. I was just saying that This tree is quite a giant compared to, say, a 25 millimeter. And I'm just gonna let my brush play. It's one of those like meditative paintings where it's more just about putting the lines down than actually what this guy's gonna look like. Like, I don't think this is gonna be one of my greatest paintings ever. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm having a lot of fun just putting lines down. And that's the whole point of this hobby, isn't it? Yeah, maybe I'm getting a little happy with this messy desert. Okay, so I'm just gonna put a little bit of this around that hole there. Ooh, kind of like that. Well, not. Tree nut. Hey, he'll look pretty good with some agrax. I was kind of debating agrax or gnome. And despite the glossiness to it, I think there's a sepia colorish to agrax that would suit him better than black Nuln Oil. Then maybe some underhive ash. I think underhive ash is going to be another unsung hero of this model. Bust out the liquid talent. Yeah, just a few drops and it's perfect. By a few drops, I mean like just pour it right on. No, don't actually do that. But yeah, a lot of people refer to, for anyone that might not be as familiar with painting, the Agrax Earthshade or Nuln Oil are very transparent washes. So when you put them on your model, they're see-through. Well, like they don't come down and land like very opaque solid paint colors. They're more like for tinting, like tinting a bit of darkness onto an existing color. But Agrax is a very popular one for Warhammer painters. And it's kind of like once you paint it on, it washes into the cracks and adds darkness and shadows and makes your highlights pop more. So that's why many people refer to it as liquid talent. Because all you really have to do, once you have these base layers down, you can get away very often with just putting a little Agrax down and calling it a day. It'll kind of highlight and low light, and I shouldn't say it does all in one, because that's not the case, but it does add an immediate level of detail to your model. So, ooh, that's way too yellow. Zemezi deserted me. Yeah, I reached for that pun, guys. I'm sorry. How about we get this eye? These eyes going. I'm gonna grab another little punch of a brighter blue. Put that next to it. Ooh, let's shake this one up. It's a dark time. That's funny. That's a good pun in your own there. So, yeah, it's an era of I'll say the first 60 something models I painted, like minis I painted, were all for one board game. the Magic the Gathering board game, and yeah, I used Testors Create Effects Black Shadow Wash, and I went through like 2 jars of that stuff, and yeah, everything just looked the same kind of, just like it was a good thing. Like I know I did it intentionally and kept with it because I didn't want half the board game to look different than others. Like I wanted the whole set to look cohesive. But oh man, knowing what I know now, I would have started and gone about it differently. Mainly just not use Testors style gloss paint. That's all I would have done differently, really. I'd still struggle through all 60 models, but I would do it with better paint. I think I'm going to come in with a white on that eye, and then cover that white with a Soulstone blue. So I'm not getting that like contrast jump I was hoping to get out of him. I think that white with the blue on top will actually do that for me. So we'll just kind of build up those layers of blue on the eyes layer by layer. Let's find. I'm going to use a little Wraith Black. I'm going to see if I can mix that in the mouth in a few other areas. Oh. Excuse me. This Wraith, I recall being kind of charcoal-y. We'll see what happens. I think this might be the wrong color to approach the mouth with. Let's add a little brown, because why not? Okay, not bad. I would put a line of like black right across the back of his mouth there. Let's get these eyelids. Just kind of make sure those blue eyes pop out a bit by getting dark around them. Put that in the corner there. This guy's got really deep eye sockets. I'm looking at how deep my paintbrush can get in his nose there, and whoop. Yeah, he's got a pretty deep face. Oh, his mouth's starting to run. Knew there was something slippy in there. There we go. You know what? That Wraith Black, that charcoaliness kind of complements that sort of bit of gray we put in his bark earlier. Alright. Not bad. Let's see if we can boost some lighter green onto that. I have Green Flame, and I have Grung Green. Start with the Grung Green. I'm gonna have to touch up his feet. I'm seeing that his feet are pretty sploochy. Okay, let's see what Grung Green does. It looks very Looks very pastel. I guess, like, it's not as vibrant as, say, the moot green. It's a little softer. But it's still very bright. So, let's see. Oh. Ooh, I don't know. That might even be too bright for the moss. Turn that light. How that one landed. Too bright. More. Let's actually add some of this watery moot green into that. Ooh, I like that. Oh, my sponge is filling that up. It's just pouring over, and the sponge is going to be nice and green by the end of this. That's okay. There we go. A little bit on his lip there. Just kind of letting it, once again, letting the brush kind of tickle. It's making, you know, a slight mess, but it's okay. Eyes look pretty dry. Okay. Gelatinous blue back in the mix. And this time we're just putting a tiniest bit. Right in the middle of the eye. Just kind of slap the eyeball there. Slap the eyeball there. Yeah, so that looks pretty messy, eh? Does add some pop. Not to worry. We're going to use Technical Soulstone Blue. This is like a clear, glossy, it's almost like a syrupy blue gloss. Yikes. Like, ooh. And this will add some transparency, but some shine to that eye. I'm hoping it'll look like there's like a white sort of, like a very bright glow within a kind of blue. How am I trying to say? Almost like I want it to look kind of gem-like. But not like a hard gem, but like that kind of magic glow. So let's, I don't know if that's dry yet. Nope, not dry. Oh, fudge that. Well, let's grab the oopsie. Clean that up. And we'll try it again. And that's all this is, right? Mess it up, go back and try again. Sometimes you gotta go back a few steps. So I should have let that eye dry a little more. I think that's where I messed up. I'm just going to do the same. Yeah. Ooh, I don't like that either. See, I kind of got impatient with that and made a mess. It's all about patience. This eye's a little more dry now. Okay. Let's try that soul stone again on this side. There we are. Let's try it again on this side. So I want to go right to it, but I know I need to wait. Yarr. Patience is important. Sure is. Patience is important. The most important part. I say that and I'm like, oh, tell you what, close that, 2 sips back, sip of coffee, let it dry. Don't screw with it. Yeah, that is very true. Patience is something a lot of people don't have. Or maybe it's just something like it's a skill you have to develop. It's not just like a natural thing. But yeah, I feel like it's something that it's like you have to willingly exercise and do it. It's like no one can be patient for you except you, and it's not like being patient or not patient sometimes won't change it. Like if I was impatient, it's not going to make my paint dry faster. It just makes me want it to dry faster. So that's I think that contributes to avoiding the speed paint. The speed paint I find is like a hurry up and wait thing. It's like you'll put it on and it goes on really fast and you can get to the next model, and if you're painting like 10 models, you can paint them all really, just slather it on. But I find for a project like this, where I kind of want to go back to layers on top of layers on top of layers, sometimes the speed paint kind of hits the brakes on me, because when I want to put these layers down, I have to wait for it to dry in between, and sometimes I'll have to wait like a whole day for it to dry, or I'll take the clear coat and I'll spray it with clear coat and protect that layer, wait for the clear coat to dry, and then go back to it. And that's like if I want it, and that'll be like the next day the speed paint will be dry to the touch, but will reactivate with medium. So that's when I'll hit it with a clear coat just to sort of lock everything in, let it dry. And then when I go back to it, I can put one speed paint over the other speed paint without them like blending into each other. You can like paint the speed paint and then wipe it off a speed painted surface. So it's kind of nice, but it's an extra. The clear coat is an extra step. That is sometimes a pain in the butt, especially if you don't have an airbrush. Then clear coating may not even be an option as much. Shit, I did it again. Huh. Yeah, I can't even say that. I can't even make the oops, I did it again Britney Spears joke. That's just shit. Stupid me. Yeah, I'll leave myself open. Someone out there in the comments could make a Britney Spears joke at my expense. I'm waiting. Bring it on, guys. Oh, man. Yeah, the whole shaved head thing ain't a thing for me. That's 40 degrees. Yo, I'll happily get rid of my hair. Alright. Damn you, Tree Eye. You won the second round, I guess. I'm 0-2 to this eyeball. Just kicking my ass. Alright. Let's grab some of that green flame and head down to the beard. Ooh, look at that. That one's, you can see it is plugged. Let's get the pokey wire. Come on, get in there. Get in there, do a little reading. There we go. It's a nice green. Oops. I'll get it all over my workstation. Let's mix this up. Yeah, acrylic is known for like being very solid and drying quick, whereas like oil paints have a strong, working time. Like they stay wet for a while, and like you can reactivate them time later. Like I'm sure, actually, it's here. Let me get this moved here. I actually got it on my wall now. So that was the thing I painted a couple weeks ago, and I think it's pretty solid. Like water won't affect it anymore. I think it's pretty. I haven't clear coated or varathaned it or anything. I think the water is cured. It dries way faster than just plain oils. And I put acrylics. I kind of just hodgepodged all the acrylics, oils, and like a shitload of water, and just kind of like mashed them all together because it said you could. But like if I went back with like a little bit of thinner on a sponge and went whoosh, it would like I would just pull it right, like it would come back to life. I don't think it's at the point where it's like only acetone will screw it up. I think if I come back with just a mineral solvent or mineral spirits or some kind of solvent, it'll strip pretty easy. But yeah, apparently like you need like once an oil paint is fully cured, it's pretty solid. But yeah, it's acrylic paint's just the like it dries on your brush actually. So it is kind of neat when you explore the different mediums. Like when I mixed the two, I thought it would take that water-based oil and make it dry faster like acrylic paint, so I could go layer on layer on layer, kind of like I'm used to. I'm not a really good wet blender, so I thought that was going to be the case, and instead what it did was it turned all the acrylics that hit the oils and mixed actually took on more of an oil paint property with a little bit of water, where they were a little slicker and they stayed alive longer, which was kind of nice, like working with an acrylic that didn't immediately dry on your brush or palette, but you could actually go back and smoosh it. That was kind of neat to work with an acrylic like that, because normally they don't. Speaking of working with our acrylics, right here we have green flame, and we're going to use this green flame. I'm going to start doing little taps on that grung green and see what it does. This green flame is actually, I'm going to say, a bit transparent in itself too, in that it doesn't like to put a solid opaque bit down. It's very, very light, bright, and damn near clear. Like it's almost going on like a glaze rather than a paint. And I don't know if I'm a fan. In the areas where it sits right on that grung green, it's you kind of get, as advertised, that green flame. But I don't know about that. Let's go to the moot green. I liked that better. It had a stronger opacity. I'll say that's something I think maybe it's just my like for green. I feel like Citadel actually makes really nice green paints. Like this moot green kind of does what I wanted that green flame to do. Just put a solid bit. But now that I'm thinking, like green flame might be meant to be a little more translucent to lend itself to those kind of fire properties. And moot green just seems to be like hard, punch you in the face, bright green. Today's episode brought to you by the color green. It ain't easy being green. Little Muppet reference. What are we at now? It's funny, I lose track of time so easily doing this, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I damn near live in this chair, so. Okay. Third time's a charm, right? Now leave it. Huh. Just don't touch that anymore. I will clean up that little bit of spilly blue there. There, better. Good paint. I think the new 2.0 speed paints actually have a couple pinks, actually. A couple new pinks. Okay. Now, trying to think, what would look cool? Maybe, like, I like the idea of some heads. You know, like the Tree of Whispers. Maybe some mosses glued onto his branches. Maybe a little apple or something. Apples in his hands, like the Wizard of Oz, and you know, pay a little tribute to that, even if it's not the full-on tree. I'm not gonna lie, that scene scared the crap out of me. The trees were scary looking. They're like, hey, what if we peeled your skin off? And it's like, Jesus Christ, run, Dorothy, run! And they start whipping apples at everyone. So that movie is actually kind of extreme. Yeah, back when people literally sacrificed themselves for art. You know, the witch in that movie actually had some horrific experience. Not only did she, you know, never get work as anything other than, you know, the evil witch, because they're like, oh, you're too evil, we can't hire you. Like, she literally was the original typecast. But she also suffered serious injuries. Like, that was just a cursed role, in and out. But goddamn, like, when you think about for the time what they accomplished in a movie, like, you know, significant art and history. That movie was a big task. And health and safety took the back seat. It's like, yeah, we're gonna paint this guy head to toe with, you know, toxic friggin' metal paint. How could that go wrong? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Tin Man got permanent nerve damage. The Wicked Witch got burned by the pyrotechnics. And, like, I think the makeup lit on fire or something. It was like the pyrotechnics caught, you know, the solvents in the makeup, and she was head to, like, covered in green makeup, so. But yeah, they did not really care about health and safety in that one. Well, they probably did, they just, you know, the show must go on idea. Even if you get lit on fire. That's dedication. Like, people went nuts when Leo DiCaprio cut his hand and kept going. Imagine, you know, spontaneously combusting and then still trying to show up to work. Like, the movie must go on. Yeah, they did something special with Wizard of Oz. And I feel like, you know, it would be lost on a lot of youth today. Like, they'll look at it and be like, what is this old play? Oh, why is it? But perhaps at a cost. Yeah. Yeah, they want to do something big, and sometimes doing something big is, you know, they take risks. I wonder how they'd feel now if they looked at, like, all the green screen stuff that was happening, and, like, you don't even have to, you know, build the set. You don't even have to make these costumes anymore. You just, you know, green screen it behind. I wonder how, like, I wonder what the people that made Wizard of Oz would have done if they had those, like, if they were to make an epic like that now with our tools, but with that much, like, sacrifice and, you know, I'll say, you know, leading innovation in the field, like going into that uncharted territory. But I feel like ethically we've kind of hammered down the territory. I don't know. It's an interesting thing. When you watch like old horror movies, I watched one the other day. I think it was called The Falling, and it was good. It was 80s horror movie camp, but I will say it came from an era where like there's a scene where they have dogs eating a I think it was dogs eating a dead cow. Like just that kind of shock imagery. Um, and it wasn't like they slaughtered a cow or anything on camera. It was just like I'm guessing a dead cow and dogs picking at it. But it was like, oh man, you could not show that now. Like you would have such people would be so upset and turned off by what you did in the 80s and what you could do in the 80s, and that seemed normal. Like, ooh, it's going to be shock imagery. And how do we afford, gore effects? Well, buy half a cow. You go to the butcher and get, a slaughtered cow. I'm pretty sure a movie budget could afford that. And then that's so much easier than, prosthetics and stuff. Is you just, you have butchered meat. Your special effects like that. Bang, done. But now I don't think you can get away with that. You would turn people's stomachs. That or you'd be seen as, uber edgy. I'm sure people still kind of, like, there's still, like, film and art. But ethically, yeah, you can't get away with all that crap anymore. But like Apocalypse Now, they actually kill a cow on camera. Hmm? Okay, yeah. Sorry, just kind of like that. But yeah, Apocalypse Now and the infamous cow scene. Yeah, yeah, and they pushed that one too. Like that wasn't just like dogs eating. Like, they did that. But there was like I think some sort of uh like call it a ritual, and like they'll eat the cow after they don't just like kill it and throw it out. But yeah, I feel that's a very can't do that anymore. Even if you made it like you could make it even more graphic and grotesque and even twice as foul as visibly like reality. Just make it super gore fest in CGI, and that would still be more visually accepted than actually seeing the carcass of that cow. Yeah, I wonder if you wanted to make like an Apocalypse Now with a scene like that. It's like, oh, I got a CGI cow slaughter. Like, how much? Let's think of it from a budget. How much more would it cost to create a CGI generated scene of a cow getting slaughtered versus slaughtering a cow? So I bet you just buying a cow and slaughtering it also is not cheap. But I bet you paying an artist to render and create that scene is also expensive. It's kind of interesting. Think about like that side of movies, like the efforts and the works, like the workarounds to go into them. So I've just kind of been rambling about movies, but they are something I quite enjoy. I like a good old scary movie. Any favorite movies in the comment section here? It's another one I watched. Bill Paxton and Bill Pullman and Brain Dead. Brain Dead. God, the theme music for that movie is, self-described. It was a fun movie, though. Bill Paxton, Bill Pullman, paranoid neurosurgeon. Good romp. Fun romp. Alright. So I'm just trying to find some of these twig shapes and lines and pick up some green in them. Once again, just kind of let my brush dance. Do its own thing. If it finds a line, it finds it. If it skips over it, it skips over it. No harm, no foul. Oops. I just kind of poked him there. Not where I meant to either. Just kind of caught a stray one. Alright. So I think I've screwed around with enough of this green. Hold on. I see some more Zambezi Desert turf that went unanswered. And you get it now while I'm still paying attention to it. That's a good pick. That is a good pick, sir. What am I looking for? Yeah, Pulp Fiction is probably one of my favorites. Like the structure of the story. Okay, here's a question for you. Test your Pulp Fiction knowledge. If you were to take the whole story of Pulp Fiction, the entirety, like the whole story, and sort it into chronological order. So like from taking the big mess and then sorting it out from the first event to the last event of the chronology. What is the last words that are spoken? Like, if you were to take it and put it in order, what is the last words spoken in Pulp Fiction? And I'll let you guys stew on that one while I fight the Zambezi Desert back onto the model here. First Die Hard, yippee-ki-yay! Ho ho ho, I have a machine gun now. Die Hard's classic. Love Die Hard. I'll say there's something special with Die Hard is that though spelled differently, I share a name with the dude. John something, right? Okay, yeah, I kind of missed some of the Zambezi up here, so I'm just going back with the Zambezi Desert in some of these areas. It is Zed's dead. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. Yeah, if you unsort the movie, that's where it ends up. It's Bruce Willis hopping on the motorcycle, and the wife goes, "Who's Zed?" He goes, "Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead." And they take off on his motorcycle, on Gracie, Zed's motorcycle. God, yeah, I love that movie. I just shot Marvin in the face. I think John Travolta's character is my favorite in that movie. Just because he's so out to lunch. It's so good. He does it so well. I gotta stab her 3 times. No, you don't gotta stab her 3 times. Just gotta stab her once. You gotta stab her hard enough to get through the chest plate into the heart. And give her the fucking shot. uh, you know what? I think I called it earlier that Zimezi Desert was going to be an unsung hero in this painting. And I was right. Kind of love that bright gold up there. It's not quite gold, but it's there, right? And we're just going to put this up on that. Look at that. So natural. Trick is to just not let it get too thick so it doesn't get too yellow. Not let it get too thin so it doesn't, reactivate all that speed paint. And as I say that, I make it too yellow over there. We can just take our wet brush, pull it down a little, move it around. Yeah. Alright. Eyeball looking good. I think it's dry now. Let's try to put that soul stone in there. This is what, like the 3rd shot? 4th shot? I think this is the 4th try. Now it's gotta work. Or he's just gonna have one eye. We'll see. Wish me luck. Huh. Oh yeah, there we go. Slow it up a little more. Boom. There, we got that nice glow we wanted. I guess it's a little tough to see like that, but now you can kind of see, like that's a good angle there. You get that little lick right in that kind of corner. Put a little more blue on that, just to kind of tuck in those corners. There we go. Looking lovely. Put some moldy moss, some green washes. He's got Nurgle rot. I don't know if I want to put that on. I was thinking about putting on the mushrooms, but I don't think so. All right. Liquid talent. Liquid talent. Agras Earthshade. Agrax. Agras. Agras. Affleck. Affleck and Sureshade. It's funny, when I first, before I was even painting and had Citadel stuff, I had someone tell me, like when I had the testers, they were like, dude, like, that creative effects is pretty good, but you should get some Agrax Earthshade. And I literally thought it was like Eggrax, like Eggracks, like racks of eggs. And I was like, Eggrax? Like, why would they call that? And then I had, like, Agrax. So, yeah. Egg rack. Now we got that, and I wanted moldy wash, but I'm having trouble picking it up. Pretty sure it and military shader are the exact same. Yeah, see? Moldy wash says military shader on the side, which is just this stuff. So no harm in doubling up. I actually really like the military shader. It, it's called like an olive wash, but I find it has a lot more use than just turning things, olive and like a green wash. Like I find it makes actually a really nice substitute for a brown or a black wash. Like if you're not like, I don't know whether to wash it brown or wash it black, try a military shader. You might be surprised. So I'm gonna put a drop of water in this because this stuff can be a little. And the army painter washes can be a little glossy if they're not diluted. You just kind of get this bit of a shine to it, like a glazy shine that is not exactly what I'm looking for. So let's try it up here first. All right. Yeah, I like that. Now this, because it's super thin, this might reactivate some of that speed paint under there, which could be a problem, but we'll cross that problem. Oh no. I know those eyes are going to sponge that in, and I don't want it on that soulstone. There we go. You know what? The glossiness of that soulstone, like it's like a glossy finish, like all that wash just whipped right off it. And I've heard about people using gloss coats to make the surface area, or the surface tension rather, of the models in the areas they're painting to lessen. Like the gloss will just make it real slippery, so if you're using a slick paint, it'll just slide right over the gloss. I feel like I could probably get away with something even stronger with that. Beard. Let's try a little of this. I don't know exactly how this is going to work, so we're just going to try a little bit here and there. Oh, that just ran right down his face. Yeah, you can see that's just sliding right down. I think it's flying like that green flame glaze kinda. I think that's really giving this thing license to move. There we go. Good enough. I kind of abandoned the military shader and went with a camo cloak. So call it like, shader times 10. Like a camo cloak kind of works like military shader on steroids. And I got no problem with that. That actually was quite handy. But that green flame, I think, kind of messed up my surface area there. So we're just going to keep going with a bit of that. Zenithal. Zenithal. I think it's Zenithal. To be honest, I'll just be like, Zenny clear coat, and just call it Zenny. It sounds cool, but it also saves me from the embarrassment of saying the rest of the word wrong. Secret YouTube trick. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings was kind of like where I was going with first with the tree beard. Kind of made the joke of when he grabs the hobbits. Little orc, Brarum. We're not orcs, we're hobbits. Never heard of a hobbit before. Sounds like orc mischief to me. They come with fire. They come with axes. 9 biting, hacking, slashing, burning. Usurpers, the lot of them. Yeah, I watch a lot of Lord of the Rings. I like me a tree beard. Oh my god. I don't know. Honestly, they just kind of come in and out of my brain. It's like I'll have a reference and my brain does like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon and reaches out to a quote and my mouth just flies on its own sometimes. But like if you know me in person, it's like that's one of my things is I'll just something will be happening and I'll just contextually drop a movie quote that fits. It's something I'd like to integrate into more of my videos is kind of like my love of movies and pop culture references. But there's also the, how much can you get rid of as fair use or what necessitates fair use versus, copyright infringement. And I find music is like, you can't get away with it. Like, you take it 2 seconds of music, that's identifiable. But like I've seen other channels and they take movie clips and song bites and all this stuff and I doubt they're paying for all of it. Some of the channels that do it aren't even monetized themselves. But I guess that might be the other thing. If you're not trying to get monetized. Ooh, I just picked up. What did I pick up there? Something took a ride on his shoulder. Let's fix that. So yeah, I'd like to figure out how to get a little more pop culture-y, but I'm also a little worried about risking the envelope, or pushing the envelope rather. And I really want to respect especially as someone who's trying to create a name for themselves as an artist. I really want to respect other people's IP. It's kind of where do you draw the line between your love as a fan and people who will try to exploit work to get paid. So like I know they want to protect themselves, but there's also a level of wanting to tribute the art you love anyway. Ooh, I think I made a mistake. I put that on without watering it, and that's gonna be a shiny friggin' branch. Let's wash that out. Sometimes this Agrax gets a little too shiny. I guess the real trick for movie reciting is how many movies are you confident you could recite, like, by memory. I don't think I could recite an entire movie by memory. I'm pretty confident if you put Army of Darkness on next to me, I'd be able to recite every line in that with it without missing a beat. But like if you took it away as a preference, like the premise of something that's like a reference, reference. Took away the reference, it'd be a lot more difficult. Just because like timing and everything would be hard. All right, what do you guys think of this? He's looking pretty good. I haven't touched the base yet. He's looking appropriately treey. Looking like a nice mess. Let's see. Oh, you gotta go, JP? Well, thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate it. It's always good to see you. Always a pleasure, and hope you have a great great Saturday. Still Saturday there? I'm lost in time, man. Whoa! But yeah, really, thank you for joining me. Always a pleasure, and I'll catch you next time. All right. Let's see. What do we? His toes could use a little bit of work. I'm just gonna cover up his toes. Just because I'm. Oh, that's okay. We'll get his toes going. Like I said, this one's not like a competitive paint job or anything. This one's just like for funsies. So I'll probably get his toes, his other bits. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is he missing anything? Could he use anything? Apparently, I'm just throwing brown on his toes right now because that was apparently what my hands wanted to do, and I trust them. Maybe I shouldn't, but you know, I trust him. I believe him. I don't know why, but I do. I don't like that. That's a poopy foot. He just stepped in poop. Look at that. That's not good. We don't want poopy foot. Damn. Let's grab that Strachan green. That's gonna save us. There we go. We're gonna put a little bit of that down. A little more. Well, let's fix these feet. Let's start on the ones that I didn't step in poop. There we go. Just kind of give him some mossy feet. I think that's what this is going to kind of reflect to. A little bit there, a little bit there. Oh, sorry. Let's keep an eye on his toes. Yeah, see, we just put this moss around his feet. Call it moss. This is the Strachan green, or Strachan green. I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's Strachan. It's funny, I was going, like, when you watch oil paints and, you know, Bob Ross stuff, there's a very common set of paints across, like if you pick up oil paint, you know, Prussian blue is Prussian blue. You know, sap green is sap green. And whether you pick up this sap green or that sap green, you're probably going to get within the same ballpark of sap green. And then when you go to mini painting, they throw that out the window. There's no, like, there's sap green, but sap green's may not be actual sap green. You know? I don't think I've ever seen a miniature paint, like a bottle of mini paint by Army Painter or Citadel or anyone that is just straight Prussian blue. You know what I mean? It's always frost blue, ghost blue, gelatinous blue, you know, shade blue. How many blues do I got here? Let's see, we got Dracolich Scales blue, Ultramarine blue, Ethereal blue, Kraken blue, Indigo Underdark Indigo blue, Deep blue, Gelatinous blues up there, Frost blue, Azure Magic, Magic blue, High Lord blue, and Cloudburst blue. Like, that's a lot of friggin' blue. That's just blue. Oh yeah, we got this stuff too. Technical Soulstone. And I guess there's Aramin blue, Kaladin blue. I don't even think I touched my Citadel paints. I just went through these. That's a lot of paint. Well, like, that's a lot of blue. I wonder how we would fare as mini painters. Vallejo has a Prussian blue, eh? I'm going on about blues. I look up, I'm like, oh! See, that's nice. I feel like that would be... the point I was kind of flowing through was like, I wonder what the challenges or what our views as mini painters would develop and be different. Like, how would the mini painting world have been different if we were just stuck with the same, like, Bob Ross palette of oil colors? Maybe do them in acrylic, but, like, all of us have the same Alizarian crimson, and all of us use the same Prussian blue, and, you know, moot green is not a thing that I can fall back on. If I want moot green, I have to cleverly mix that. I wonder how the mini painting world would look if that was more the case rather than, like, you know, individually picking or having 10 blues for whatever shade. Because, like, I'll tell you, when I started with my testers. Like, literally, I still have the same paint pocket. The very first paint thing I started with. That's all high gloss testers. Primaries, black, white, and silver. And I would just, like, mix. And then I started adding stuff into them. Like, I had a matte... Yeah, there's another one. All these paints are probably chalk now, to be honest. But, like, this paint was just, like, skin tone tint base. Just matte skin tone. And I had that and a leather brown were my only two matte paints, and I used them and the other paints to mix up. I guess I ended up with a semi-gloss, but I used that to fight as much gloss out of my models with the tester's paint as I could. Trying to think of a nice gray. I'm just thinking Gravelord gray right now for the rocks at the bottom. I'll figure out a nice flowery base for that. They make so many strange names. Yeah. Never traditional naming conventions. Yeah, that is it. I would actually like to see that. Now that you've mentioned that there is a Vallejo Prussian blue, I would like to kind of see. Sorry, I'm seeing Poopy Foot. I've got to go back to that. It's bugging me. I would like to see how that Prussian blue actually adds up to, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some like a Winsor and Newton fancy oil Prussian blue. Like something that would be legit. Like not my Montmart's water mixable oils, but like a fancy expensive Prussian blue. Like I just feel like how that, like if we took that, like this is the Prussian blue. If you were to go back 200 years and be like, I need Prussian blue, we would still have it nailed. But I'd like to see how other, companies and manufacturers like how they land, how their blue actually looks if you were to put a swatch next to each other. Because you're right, that the conventional naming and the conventional colors to match that naming seem to be a little lost. Then again, wouldn't it suck if you could only buy like, there's only like 10 paints to buy? Huh. I'd feel a lot less confused when I'm painting and going, what do I paint? Or what do I... It's like, well, pass me that Alizarian again. You know? We'd all be living our best Donovan. So he seems to be relatively cured of the poopy foot. His little moss toes are looking better. You know what? The moss on the poopy foot actually looks better than the straight Strachan green without the poop. We're putting more poopy on his poopy foot. How's that? There we go. Okay, where are you? What? What's the zombie flesh? I know I said I was like, we'll use this. But I haven't even pulled it out yet, so let's grab that. That's a bit brighter than the striking green. It's kind of in that same wheelhouse. Maybe paints for the tabletop back there. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is a funny one with the flex. Honestly, for me, I don't think I could. I get like overwhelmed if I had all my paints out. So here, pop this down for a sec. And just show how I have. We'll do like behind the scenes stuff. Alright. Still getting his toes dry. So, yeah, other than my desk where they just kind of all get tossed out as I work, all my paints are in this big Rubbermaid thing right next to me. And down here's where I usually keep my oils and my mosses and stuff. And up here is where I keep most of my tools. So, like, as much as this desk gets messy, all my stuff just goes to this big Rubbermaid next to me. And that way I'm a lefty, so I just reach down to my side. It's almost like, you know, pulling from the hip. Is that a colors reference? Yeah. It's a colors reference. Oh, yeah, no, the Donovan music. And crimson ball sinks from view. Where you love like heaven. Yeah, I love me some Donovan. I think the first time I ever heard of Donovan's music was... It's actually the episode of Simpsons when Homer gets medicinal marijuana. And he, like, shaves and his face starts pouring rainbows and he just, like, takes off all stoned. I was like, this is a wicked song! Like, say what you want about stoners. They nailed it with music. You can't touch it with music. Yeah, that was a good episode, though. And just like that, I was like, wow, this Donovan guy's pretty cool. Like, his music's so chill, so. It's kind of one of those musics where it's like, if you're in a bad mood and you need, like, his music will kind of steer you out of that if you just listen to it a bit. I find some people cathartic with music. Like, we all, like, we're upset, we want to listen to our angry music. If we're happy, we want to listen to our happy music. But it's kind of hard to, like, be angry and want to hear happy music. But it does work. Sorry, I'm hoping I was, was like getting the appropriate or correct reference for answering appropriately. I reference a lot of crap, so it's hard for me to land. Sometimes I don't even know. It's like, wait, which did I? What did I say? Just kind of bumble along and be happy. Those are the two things, right? I like to think Bob would paint a happy little tree. Just like this guy if he had minis. His legs have a little bit of this greeny blue to it. Not bad, though. Okay. This is interesting. It's angry, but it makes me happy. Yeah, okay, so I guess I probably maybe misspoke in like I love me some really thugged out gangster rap. And it can be pretty ruthless, but it makes me happy. It doesn't have to be happy music, but no, that's you got me stumped. I feel like I'm very emotionally connected to some of my music that I listen to. The wrong song hits me on the radio, and I'll be like, "Oh, son!" It's just from hearing the song. Or you get that other song on the radio that hits your ears, and you're just like, "Must drive fast." I find music hits me 100%. I can't even more than I can be consciously aware of sometimes. Yeah, see, that's one that like metal gets such a bad rap. Metal gets such a bad rap for being angry and for being like hateful and like just because people go "Brr," means that they're full of contempt, and that's such bullshit. Because like some of the friendliest people you'll ever meet are total metalheads. And they're the type of people who, like, I'll put it like this. You go to a metal show and get knocked over in a mosh pit, you are picked up immediately. You're picked up, dusted off, and checked if you're okay immediately. And, like, any kind of rock and roll, traditional rock to metal, whatever, that mosh pit, you'll get picked up and you'll be safe. If you get knocked over in a rap pit, like, you'll get trampled. Like, you will flat out get trampled and get just bodies tripped over you and buried. It's like I went to an Ill Bill show that was just a shit show. It was a great show. I had a blast. But, like, if you hit the floor in the mosh pit, you are swimming to get up. no one's picking you up. So that was an immediate difference that I found in two different shows. Is like those scary metalheads, they got your back in a pit, in that mosh pit. Whereas like, I don't know, I don't even know. It was just like a mixed forum of just everyone shoving and angry, and it was like, whoa, this feels like a different kind of mosh pit. But like those true metal mosh pits are a lot of fun. Believe it or not, everyone that partakes in the Wall of Death is actually really awesome. Really kind people and don't want to hurt a soul. But yeah, they'll Red Rover from hell at each other. There we go. It's consensual, Red Rover from hell. You guys ready? We're coming! Yeah, consensual. It is. No one gets put into the wall that they don't want to be in the wall. I'm trying to think. How long has it been since the last concert I've been to? I guess concert and like actually, elbowing my way through a mosh pit are two different things. It has been a while. Getting old. Want to a fun trick to get your way through the mosh pit? Like if you're ever in that surging crowd and you can't get through and you just need to, break through that line. Just like motion, signal, or actually just throw up. I was at a show once and was trying to fight my way through this pit to get the bathroom. Well, not even the bathroom, but just like out to the outer section so I could get some friggin' air. I was just getting, it was like one of those pulsing mosh pit surging crowds that if you're at the rail at the front, you're just getting pinned up to the rail and crushed from behind. And I was like, it was almost like I was getting claustrophobic. I was just like getting crushed by someone. And, you're at the point where you're trying to throw an elbow to just get yourself space. So I was like, I gotta go get air. Took 3 steps, bumped into a dude who just like made himself a wall. Like, where are you going, man? And I literally like, whoop, and like caught the barf. But he got like just the littlest spray right on his burly beard. And he like saw it land. And the second, like, I like, oh, and it landed like there's a moment. And he just turned and like, everyone get the fuck out. And I just went running through. But it was a moment where I was like, is this guy going to kick my ass now? And he just turned and like, let him through! Once again, a metalhead. Yeah, they are great people. They get a bad rep. I got a little bit of egg rex in there I can get out. What do you guys think it? What does it need? Maybe some highlights on its claws. Coheed and Cambria. That'd be a good show. 2014. Mr. Brown. Trying to think what What band did I see a while ago? I think it was Arch Enemy. Hmm? Yeah, I think it was Arch Enemy and Skeleton Witch. It was Devil something tour? Devil Driver tour or something like that? I don't know. There's a few people going, but that was a good show. Yeah, you want to have lots of fun? Wear a bright pink shirt into a mosh pit. People seek you out like a friggin' homing missile. Like, there's Pinky! Bang! But honestly, it was a shitload of fun. Of course, they'll pick you up after. But yeah, it was nice to just have that kind of wild fun. It's been a while. I'm thinking about it. I feel like, am I too old for that? I feel like I would jump in and just have a blast. But I think that's also my brain would love that, and like my knees wouldn't. He's like, yeah, just forever be a child. You know. Then your knees are like, oh man, you're old. Trying to find little bits to green up here. I think I'm just kind of pushing and doodling here for the sake of just having a little dawdling. Let's try. Oh, that green flame. Green flame likes to dry up. It is very glazy. Glazy paint. Oh, I'm getting some goopy medium out of my zombie flesh. Look at that. If you guys see these bubbles. I'm guessing that's some loose medium or something. Yeah, I'm holding it upside down with the hopes it's gonna shimmy its way down. Yeah, Lamb of God's a good show. I think other shows I've been to. Some Lamb of God, some Children of Bodom. So yeah, I'm probably on a split of like, probably seen a lot of rap shows too. Probably an equal amount. Blueprint, Atmosphere, Ill Bill, Necro, French Montana, Citizen Kane, Onyx. That was a fucking good show. Onyx was good. I don't know if it was technically a show, but I know Raekwon and U-God from Wu-Tang did like a thing at our college when I was in school. They kind of did like a pub night little thingy and a signing and like they did like a entrepreneurial talk, in a little workshop, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, Kiss, Metallica. I guess that's one you want to see while you still got them. And it's like, well, they're still touring. Those guys will never stop, I don't think. They'll stop when they're dead. And even then, they'll make a hologram. And they won't stop. So I'm just trying to brighten up these hands a little. Get a little bit of a nice kind of look on these claws. Kind of give them that kind of piney sort of light wood. And hopefully a little more green on that. So I'll actually plug this one right now to Kirsten. When are you gonna share your KISS model? Yeah, Metalocalypse was a cool one. I was there for that one. Who was with him? Was it Mastodon?
Yeah.
So it was Mastodon, Metalocalypse, and they were promoting a video game at the time called Brutal Legend, featuring, was it Jack Black? Yeah, Brutal Legend featuring Jack Black as like the character and voice. So, but they had like the whole like character from the game, like interacting with the band Metalocalypse through like, it was almost like a big, you know, call it couple hour long episode of Metalocalypse, starring like this Jack Black character running around and doing shit for him. They're like, "Hey, Rhodey, you gotta go do this for us," and then it's like Jack Black doing some wild shit, and it was actually pretty cool. They had like this thing set up so like people could actually play and test this game. So it's like you're listening to a metal show, you're watching cartoons, and you straight up have PlayStation set up that you could go play Brutal Legend and test this new metal game if you so wanted. It was a fun show. That was actually the show that I went and almost puked on the big dude. I was like right up at the front watching the TV, like watching Metalocalypse. And it's like I just started to like the world just closed in on me, and I was like, I need air. Need air. Yeah, I don't know how I lasted a show now. Maybe I just wouldn't rush up to the front. I'd know better. Alright. I'm just kind of fiddling with his fingers here. I'm looking at this, and it's like, did I break a finger? He's got a tiny little finger on this hand. Did I break a finger off? Am I that? Like, I'm looking at it now. I'm like, there's no way his hand's that small, but I don't see any fingers lying around. Huh. Strange. Because, like, yeah, tell me is that hand looks right. It's my strong hand! It's weird. I never picked up on that. I'm honestly going to have to go back in this live stream and, like, figure out, did I knock off a finger careless-mindedly? Or was he always missing a finger? I don't know. Riddles of the deep. What was it going? I was going to get something a little brighter. Way too much. Huh. Die Antwoord. Very Zeph. Have a little bit of this movie. I'm sure that Big Green won't mind a little bit of white in there. I'm just gonna pile this up. It's just a little bit. Just kind of putting these bright bits on. There. Not bad. That too. Alright. So, we're going to take a little bit of underhive ash. Little underhive ash. Give it a little tickle with this, and then we're going to call it a night and call this guy done in one sitting. I could probably spend much more time on it, but like I said, this one's just going to be for funsies, and we're going to bang one out totally in one session. I'll probably come back, call this guy done, but I'll probably come back on that base and put some glue, some flowers, and stuff like that on it. So this underhive ash is kind of like a... I guess I can't really call it anything better than ash. But I think it'll lend itself very nicely to that kind of light bitness, or that light kind of tree barky look. And just keep it really light. I'll kind of blend all those greens and browns together. Really kind of give a nice sort of, what's the word, a harmonious look throughout the whole model. So with all that mess we made leading up to this point, it's all going to get tied together by this top layer. So all those poopy feet and mossy things and squishy mushrooms, all that's pretty much leading up to this point where we dust everything with this ash and kind of bring that final bit of tree life to that bark. Get on this side too. Now, this time I am going very lightly across. You can see I'm not going with the lines, I'm going against them. Or going perpendicular to the striation, rather. And I'm doing that as much as I can, and I'm knocking his hand there, so There's, you know, another point in case I might have knocked off a finger and not noticed it. Like literally, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch this whole live stream. Well, I'll start off, and if it's missing the finger, or if it never had a finger from the start, that's cool. That's fine. You know, lucky, lucky. I'm gonna just get his nose a little. His face. Not really. You know what? That's all good, because, like, it's not many people's cup of tea. There's a lot of people who are like, man, that band is some whack shit. And, you know, I totally get that. It's not for everyone. I'll say they put on a wild fucking show. Their shows are wild. And you want to see people going buck in Pikachu costumes, and yeah, just it's a good show because the fans are just as crazy. And I will compliment Diane Tward in that, you know, they're not, you know, Ninja's not, you know, Bocelli at all, but like they sound just like a CD. Like their recorded music and their live performances are bang on. Like if you like their music on CD, it's not like you're kind of like, oh, you know, I like their high production recordings better than their live performance. Like their live performance is bang on what you hear. So I thought that was pretty good. Alright, I'm literally just beating this guy up with this ash now. Put a little on the beard too, why not? Maybe hide like a little squirrel or something in that little pocket by his face. Alright. So I'll probably, you know, in some spare time, come back, moss up the base with some plants and some moss and some rocks. Make a nice little natural base for him. Maybe glue some moss onto these sticks and these branches up on his head. I'm just gonna dance that around and go back to these little green bits here. So I know there are some parts that I would like to keep with that green color. There we go. It's almost like we're dry brushing with our tiny brush. Nope, way too bright. Take that down, take that down. Calm it down. And just a few little lines. Kind of do a little finger dab, punch them in. That's the line I want. Alright. Ah, little stumpy finger. When did that happen? We got that nice little reach, a little bit of pop on that. A little finger spank, take it down a bit. Hey, your Lady of Vines beat me. You know? Great artist steal, right? And jacking for your paints. You know, if great artists steal, I'm a bastard. Alright, let's take a little look at this, and we'll let me just take a little spin here. Now, I could do the recap and say we did this. We painted this. It's done. Feels pretty good to have something done in a sitting, right? Even if that sitting was like 5 hours-ish. But we got an ent. And a tree monster out of it. And I could probably put maybe half hour, another hour into, you know, Mod Podging, putting some plants around the base. Maybe putting some moss, some little doodads in his branches. Maybe sit something like a little bird nest up here. You know, a little animal or something. You can see up top, there's like the top of his head there. Here, it's got a little sort of stumpy branch up there. So maybe we can put a little animal or like a bird nest up there and stick it in his head. Something like that. Oh yeah, there we go. So when you hit, so the way the soul stone kind of landed, when the light hits his face, it kind of reflects that light. So I have how I put that white underneath that soul stone. When you look at it flat, here, let me switch this back to side. So when you look at it dead on and kind of turn, you can kind of see that reflection under the soul stone. So like when you're holding it in person, you kind of see like a glowing light part, like it's almost like a glowing cornea in his eye. And yeah, these little mushrooms I actually really like. They were fun to do. Little dots, and the colors came out really nice. Like I said, I probably keep going on this for, you know, hours and hours and hours and hours. It's like paintings just never stop. You could always I could pick up anything on the shelf and be like, I could add this. So, gotta know when to quit. And I'll take care of the bases, but I think we'll call them done. Happy little trees, guys. Let's see. Would I have done things different? Just a quick little recap. No, I may have strayed from that brown. I started with some brown at one point, and it started going too dark, and I had to work my way out of it. If I had to redo it, I would have started, instead of that wood brown, I would have started with the pallid bone, and I would have tried to keep it in that lighter area without touching too much of that brown. That Zemezi Desert, that was like, that was the heavy hitter. I think that was the Shining Armor surprise that kind of helped me bridge the gap between green and brown. Yeah, I kind of thought that too. Usually I make a glowing green eye, and I thought a glowing green eye would just be absolutely lost. It needed some kind of pop. I like it. It looks good. Like I said, I'm sure I could put in, you know, much more work. But, you know, Mission accomplished, guys. So I think we'll probably call it a night here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was fun to paint, and it was really nice to have something, 5 hours, but like the thing took me 5 hours, and I did that twice. This one, 5 hours, we're done. Not bad. So, here, let me. Oh, this is always the fun part too, right? We're gonna do this. There. It's like my eyes had to like zoom out that half bit. So, here, let's get to the face cam. I'll do my conclusions and say goodnight to everyone. If I can... Oh! Pull it right off the glue. So, what do? We got our little ent here. We got our marble trick. We showed that. It's cool stuff. Handy. Literally. Handy. Whoop. Painted him, did the eyes, the mushrooms, the base, all that. We primed it. We did the smoosh floof, slap floof, however we do it. And yeah, not bad. So what we'll do is, we'll do another live stream next Friday. I still have this canvas that's at the ready. I still have, some other Nolzurs. Maybe a key holder next time. We still have the glottkin. We can always turn to that for work. And I don't know. We'll see what happens. I have a new video coming tomorrow. Keep an eye out for that. I'll probably have it posted in the morning. I just got to do a few little tweaks to be happy with it. And kind of like this, I got to know when to quit and to call it done and put it out there. So, yeah, this guy's going to wave goodbye. Goodbye. Bye, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. Have a great evening, great weekend, and I'll see you later. Oh, yeah, and I appreciate you!